Okay, I think I'm ready. I think I'm ready. Hello, Sonica. Nice to see you. Early bird. A double jumper. Let's hello at Not So Neato. Hey, Arentios. Let me hit up the ads and we'll chill for a few minutes and then we'll get rolling. We will be doing Steam Read today to stimulate the stream economy. Reading. That's right. Reading. Hopefully I make it through it. The last time I tried to read a VN on stream, it was during the game jam and my voice collapsed. How's the sub count looking? 1,513. A crazy number. We've got so many emote slots. With all the epitaph stuff, I forgot about the stream. That's right. I can't help but notice you intentionally split the Danganronpa vote. They're two different concepts. One is mouse in a Danganronpa style, and the other is Monaku mouse, which is very different. The Danganronpa fans should have banded up for the submissions if they wanted to keep the vote from splitting. Thank you, Happy Kirby, for subbing for 12 months. Happy anniversary. My sub's half a week behind the anniversary. It means you are on board early. Thank you for being here. Where am I? Hey, August. Just for that, I'm voting for Clown Mouse. Okay. All right. You can vote for Clown Mouse if you want. Oh, I forgot Blue Sky. Happy end of Hetslop February, everyone. Bringing it to a close. We've had our ups and our ups. Really, there were no downs, I would say. Except for all the crying. But it was good crying, you know what I mean? Have you played or read Riz Winter before? Is this blind? This is completely blind. This is completely blind. Hello, George Washing Machine. Farewell to Hetslop and a warm welcome to women. There are like at least 3 Yuri VNs on, I think, so on the voting list. We'll go over those in a minute when, literally a minute when ad is up. I voted for Hatsune Squeaky Mouse. That's as you should, as you should. Now we're talking. That's right. Thank you, Q, for subbing for 13 months. Hello, Brenda. Sorry, I mean hello, it's Mouse. I am not Brenda. I am not, and I'm not just saying that as part of the kayfabe. I am not the mind behind Brenda. You'll have to figure out who that is later. I got wonton soup. That sounds awesome. I ate a bagel. You'll have to the arrow question mark in the fort. Yeah, I don't know why they submitted it, but it's there. It's there. Brenda exists. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Yeah. Hope everyone's doing well today. Hey, Large Primate. Hope you're doing well too. Hope the grind is going okay. I gave Large Primate my grinding to housing in Final Fantasy XIV tech. That's what I used to level submarine ults. I elaborated my Expanse take on Jads and Joe hit me with the uncapitalized okay. I'm sorry, Boulder. Here's the thing about the Expanse with Joe. I feel like some of the Expanse hate in Joe's chat is super performative and pointed because I think people are like, ha, he hates all my favorite things, so now he revealed his weakness by liking something and I'm gonna get his ass. And so I think fair critique of the Expanse gets wrapped up in what people are being not very nice about. So sorry, Paquetto. Alright, I'm gonna post this. I gotta open up Jads. You don't. Have you seen the animated Lord of the Rings movie from 1978? My grandparents had it on VHS, and I watched it at their house when I was a child. I don't remember anything about it except the fact that I watched it. And now I'm going to retweet Jack King Spooner and close Blue Sky. Okay, all right. Biketto being bullied is a common theme. Yeah, bullied by Automon. No Brazilian mouse in the PNG voting options. I don't know what Brazilian mouse would be, or how it would be relevant to the streams. Leveling roulette is scary. I don't want to interact with people. So sad. All right. Boy, I almost hit the stop streaming button. Just the casual rage quit. All right. Okay, cool. So welcome everybody. Welcome people who worked on the epitaph today. If you don't know what the epitaph means, we do a regular puzzle in the Discord, and we're having a very extensive one with multiple phases happening right now. The next phase is going to be more adventure than puzzles. So says the witches. So feel free to drop in if you want to see some stuff in there. But we're having a break till Tuesday. Anyway, before we get started on Dles, I have put together the Mouseversary rewards poll. Hello BT, nice to see you. You can get it in chat. Here is the link. You do have to have a Gmail account to make sure people couldn't do vote fraud. So let me pull it up on screen and I'll read it out loud. Okay, so here we go. If you put a submission in and it was removed, it's because either I folded it into another one or I vetoed it for my own reasons. VNs that were not safe for work or that I'd already read were removed. So there you go. So the question is, what emote or emote set should we implement? We have Nat1 D20 roll, a sad or crying mouse, which someone I think said make it as ugly as possible. I don't want to do that. Mouse citrus, mouse, like Beatrice, but mouse, I guess. We have that kind of on Jads, but I guess we could get our own. Well poisoning mouse. Sora, Donald, and Goofy, except mouse edition somehow. We'd have to workshop this idea with an artist. Chinchillas running on the wheel, an animated emote. Yeeking out mouse, a popular submission. Think/note/nerd alert mouse, especially because we have a month of lectures coming up. Mouse cinema emote, clown mouse. Mouse bomb, Tokimeki themed. Mouse waving, joining, leaving, and peeking, that kind of thing. French mice, including a baguette and a beret. And finally, happy and pog mouse. One person said do 3 of them from 3 artists, which is a cute idea. Single choice, not multiple choice. This is single choice, but I might take multiple ideas from it. Next we have which PNG tuber avatar would you like to see? We have something based on one of my FF14 glams. 2-Fit mouse edition, a Ryukishi 07 styled mouse, Hatsune Squiku or Toho mouse, Danganronpa style mouse in the style of the Danganronpa characters, and also Monoku mouse. Those are different submissions. Mouse in the Beato outfit, which someone rightfully said, I don't know why we don't have that yet, which is a good question. Chinese court mouse, which is probably Road to Empress driven. Librarian mouse. Clown/jester mouse, and finally nun mouse with a demon tail, which I put it on the list. Next we have what VN should we group read in mouse chord? We have Mihoyo, Witch on the Holy Night. We have the Tsukihime remake, which is a non-eroge edition. Clanad, Heaven Will Be Mine, Summer Pockets, Opus Echo of Star Song, The Chrono Daughter, the Zodiac Trial, RB Axolotl, which is the VN we did a giveaway for the other day that Acta wrote in the Discord, Arches, Ever 17, and Seabed. This is a pretty solid list, I think, of VNs actually. Heed this, my final message. Seabed, go to the polls. Thank you, Don. I suggested Chinese court PNG tuber. I was mainly thinking of Road Empress 2, but who knows when it's time to be Chinese. I used to be Chinese. It would go hard for Shenmue 2. Let us not forget that Shenmue 2 is going to be happening. I'm genuinely amazed Fate Stay Night isn't on it. Doesn't that mean not a single person suggested it? Not a single person submitted Fate Stay Night. Not even one. Not even one. They knew better. They knew that Mihoyo would get better traction. Yeah, Godot's Kanan side story game, it worked. I didn't pick for the VNs because I couldn't choose. That's fair. That's fair. Godot submitted Librarian and Seabed. Thank you, Godot. And no one picked Steins Gate. That's true. We didn't pick Steins Gate. Maybe no one else wants to read it. All right, cool. So that is available to vote. There's a link in the stream announcements in Discord, but it's also in chat right now. Legally required to say vote Opus. Opus is already on my list to read. Seabed is already on my list to read. RB Axolotl is on my list to read. Chrono Daughter is on my list to read. Clannad is on my list to read. And Mihoyo is on my list to read. If you want to know which things I was already planning on reading, either to vote for that or against that. And there you have it. Jelly might drag you to the Steins Mines when he reads it. There's absolutely no way I'm going to stream Steins Gate with Jelly. All right. Let's do some Dles. I was hoping I would get an out, but now I'm locked into torture. I'm sorry, Raichi. I've heard Clannad is bigger than Umineko. I don't... Is it? It's giant. Am I allowed to vote even if I'm not going to read? I mean, it's a little bit silly, but you still could, I suppose. All right, here we go. Every rattle this week is part of a secret theme. Oh, no, not again. All right. Can I just guess that this is silver without looking at the clues? I can. All right. Gold is one above silver. AU is the symbol for gold. I just looked at the top two. Okay. All right. This is 4 letters. Au pair is someone who might live with you for a year. Pear sounds like pear. Ooh, what am I thinking of for the Oh, I was thinking, so no, it's not that. Okay. Drop 1 letter from pear to get a vegetable is a P. A chickpea is edible, but neither a chick nor a pea. Father to a chick would be a rooster. Booster shot? Yep. What's the last word here? Pocket. A booster is a rocket. And then pocket. Okay, wow, that was quick. They should give me my... How fast did I do that? That was quick. This is the type of shit I'm trying to do to words during the epitaph and the witches don't like it. Yeah, that's true. That's true. It's not really a words-based epitaph except for the first part, which you flubbed. Alright. Let's do Metazua. I know that's right, yeah. It's alright, it's alright. It was funny. It was funny. It was funny. We'll do a little bit of behind the scenes sharing after it's all over that I think you'll enjoy. Ah, shit. Alright. Praying mantis. Did you see that game that's name as many animals as you can? No. Just name animals? Bee? The humble bumblebee? No. Moth. No. Termite. No. Mosquito? No. Oh, I'm taking a hint. All right. Oh, they can't fold their wings back over their abdomen. Dragonfly? Whoa! It uses Wikipedia's animal category and has a bunch of handmade custom stuff. Damn, okay. Or are we getting ads for band-aids? I got a boo-boo. Alright, here we go. Steamery, because we're going to be reading so much today. What's better than to start with a bunch of reading? But we got to stimulate the stream economy, so here we go. We've got Obscure. For some time now, Leafmore High School has been the setting for unexplained disappearances. Oh, can we steam it? That's right, can we steam it? Can we steam it? Can we steam it? Yes, we can. Yes, we can. There we go. In this survival horror game, you take control of a group of 5 American students. With your friends, you try to unravel the mysterious happenings of this unremarkable-looking school. The night will be long, and survival will not be easy. This doesn't look like an unremarkable school to me. This actually looks quite remarkable. If I went to school in Resident Evil, I would be pretty upset. Whoa, that's gross. Any guesses as to as to why this screenshot is included in their showcase? I just came here. What is this? We're doing Steamery. All right. Okay, but I know why, but like, why is his head there? Okay, whatever. All right, she was 98. You play as a grandson who returns to his elderly grandmother's home to care for her. This one has a lot more reviews. I hate when we have to look at games like this. This one has more reviews and it's cheaper. Thank you, Tanker358, for subbing for month 2. Mouse, I'd like to say how dare you. You've recommended so many good books. I now need a new bookshelf. Oh shit! Awesome, but I'm sorry that happened. That's good. I'm glad that you're picking up good books. I think Obscure is a cult classic horror game. All right, that's all I need. That's all I need. Thank you. All right, Mahjong Deluxe 2, Astral Planes. Allison is here. It's an out-of-this-world mahjong game produced by award-winning game developer Encina Soft, challenging you to complete increasingly complex mahjong puzzles rendered in glorious 3D. Versus Dungeon Munchies. Whoa. 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 This rocks. Whoa. They just dragged this. Whoa. Hunt down monsters to cook and eat them. You've been revived in a massive underground complex, and you must leave this bizarre facility. Aided by the undead necro chef Simmer, you must stay safe, get fed, find a way to get out. This rocks? Wait, this looks awesome. She's got antlers now? It's gotta be bottom. Yeah, it's gotta be bottom. Okay, alright. Sculptor VR. Sculptor VR, is she solving a CAPTCHA? Oh, was she? Sorry, I went past it. And it doesn't let you go back. Sculptor VR's 10,000x zoom enables massive creations with tiny details. Sculptor VR makes it easy to create, explore, and share incredible sculptures with friends. With Sculptor VR's intuitive tools but powerful tools, you can make anything. Nightmare fuel. Why, of all the sculptures that they could show off, why are they choosing these? This is kind of cool though. This goes crazy. Reminds me of an old browser meme game that was an endless snake of Nick Cage faces. That's awesome. You can make anything from an evil tree to a baby. Yay! Just make a little guy. All right, we've got Real Drift Multiplayer, a drifting game with realistic graphics and extensive customization options. Aim for the highest scores by competing with your opponents in single and online modes with realistic graphics. Alright, I think I'm voting for Sculptor VR. I am voting for Sculptor VR. Yeah, looks like a mobile port. It does look like a mobile. Alright, Never Ending Night. €1. A 2D side-scrolling exploration game. As the player, capital P, you roam through a mysterious world you have no recollection of. Traverse through a broken world and survive through the mechanical monstrosities that have managed to survive the calamity. Props for an actually well-written, interesting vocabulary Steam description that doesn't have like a bunch of grammatical errors in it. Look, you have no recollection of is a grammatical error, but it still goes hard. All right. Just it doesn't sound as good to say you roam through a mysterious world of which you have no recollection. Like just putting of at the end there. Anyway, bottom is People Jumping Tower is a casual indie game that tests the player's athletic abilities and challenges them to beat their own records. This is okay. I'm voting top. What? Top looks kind of good. Okay, that sucks. All right. Yep, there's the English degree. All right, we've got Engine Evolution 2020, a multiplayer racing game that uses similar principles as World of Tanks. Can they say that? With each PvP race against 11 other players, you gain experience and credits for which you can buy various upgrades for your bike or unlock the next bike. Versus Astro VR, freely travel among the stars and planets in this made-for-VR astronomy simulation. Experience space from some of the smallest solar system bodies to our largest planets, or leave the solar system to explore strange new worlds orbiting stars so distant it takes light thousands of years to get there. Neat. The galaxy is lovely, dark and deep, but I have promises to keep and light years to go before I sleep. Good reference. I'm voting for it for the reference. Nice. Rewarded. Miles to go before I sleep. Monte Crypto, the Bitcoin Enigma. Okay, easy. All right, Nyakori's rabbit doll. Waking up in the beautiful night, and maiden with cat ears, whose name is Nyaru Toru, finds her friends nowhere. What are they waiting her ahead? Okay. Millennium Runners race at breakneck speed through futuristic cities and breathtaking off-world circus in this anti-gravity arcade racer. Choose your it's ethical to vote for bottom. I don't care. It's ethical to vote for bottom. It's ethical to vote for bottom. I'll let that through. All right, Beyond the Wizard. This is a 2D action hardcore platformer game. Get into the simple but difficult. You hit allow right when I hit deny. Sorry, I thought it was fine to do there. Get into the simple but difficult world of Beyond the Wizard. If you have enough patience, this game will not be difficult. Versus Takaichi Mornseed, a desktop pet simulator for the overworked. Drag your pet across the screen. It snaps to the edges. Set work hours for break reminders. Its killer feature? Scolding your boss when you work late. This is your cute cathartic companion against burnout. Takaichi accompany with you. Hope Takaichi make you happy. Takaichi, kind of nightmare fuel? I want to go. I want to. Okay, the world is on fire. Okay, Throw Knives, a new casual and addictive retro-style game that will help pass the time at lunch, at work, and during insomnia. Big promise. Its essence is to compete in throwing knives at a tree. Sounds simple, but it's actually not that easy. Try to hit the target without hitting other knives. Top is giving Gleorp. Should I remove Gleorp from the auto mod? I probably should, right? I think we should allow them. It's the new Prime Minister of Japan. Oh my god. Gleorp was auto-modded in October, I think? Alright, anyway. It's gone. Versus Monster Run, a dark fantasy beat-em-up with roguelite elements. Fight as a giant monster cat, protecting your home forest. Destroy massive armies of human soldiers and their allies. Evolve your attacks, master non-human tactics, and discover the joy of breathing fire. What, says Pichetto? Gleorp. I kind of think bottom takes it, even though it's more expensive. Yeah, it does, it does. What do you mean it was auto-modded in October? Exactly what I said. Alright, debut project, cooking cafe, hashtag fairy tale. Whip up like-worthy meals and get tons of fans at a stylish cafe. It's Cozy Slop. They literally have a character called I? Okay. Alright, you're trapped family vacation. You're trapped in a small 6-room hotel. The only way to escape is to observe your surroundings and follow the family rules. Okay, Cozy Slop versus Horror Slop. Who wins? This one's 30 euros, so I'm gonna guess bottom. Okay. How deep does the rabbit hole go? How deep do you want it to go, Pichetto? Alright, 7 out of 10. That's not bad. Better than average. Better than average. 4, people really ate shit on 4. The 4 was not within the meta. We always farm 7 or 6 out of 10s on Steamery. We do, yeah. It's the safe bet. It's the safe bet. My coins! I ordered it that way to not make you mad. Thank you, August. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate it. How many times is Joe gonna say 6, 7 in exactly that cadence before people stop using it to him? I think it's a really good like vaccine, actually. I saw people calling it cringe. They said it's dead. It was really good. All right. On a scale of Kingdom Hearts to the moon, how emotional is Rose of Winter about to be? I don't know. So today, sliding right into it, today we're reading Rose of Winter, which I wanted to do an Otome this month, but most Otome games are A, not permitted to be streamed, and B, extremely long, like you know, like 20 hours of reading at least. So Arentios was kind enough, as my Otome consultation expert on this matter, to find Rose of Winter for us, which is a 2016, maybe like 5 or 6 hour VN. I don't know if we'll get through the whole thing today, but we'll do a couple of routes. It is an Otome where you play a knight who has 4 different guys that she can date, and I don't know how sad it is. Maybe Arentios knows. So yeah, Arentios, my Otome consultant. Pichetto is also my Otome consultant, but Arentios for like the small indie, safe for 3 months. I don't want to leave Pichetto out. So we're going to get into Rose of Winter, which has an insane boot up screen that I really want you to see. So we're going to go here first. Speaking of Otome, apparently Japanese Otome game fans are getting a massive Otome vibes from Armored Core 6. Are they? Will there be a cage? There will likely not be a cage in this Otome, but many Otomes do have cages. Oh, so Kojima and gacha games are allowed, but not Otome games on Twitch? Yes, that's correct, yeah. Thoughts on sleeping with legs elevated? I actually sleep with my head elevated. I've never slept with my legs elevated. Yeah, Pichetto's strength is another kind of Hetslop. We have various strengths in Hetslop. I think I have to play this with a controller, if I understood the first part. We all do. It's called a pillow. No, I sleep on a wedge that elevates my head a lot more than a pillow. There's a pillow on top of the wedge, so I'm extra elevating. I'm elevation maxing. All right. Oh, it's not picking it up. It's not picking it up. Why isn't it picking it up? Why has I've been having real problems with OBS picking stuff up this week. I blame Rodney. DRM protection, it picked it up before stream. Okay, let me see if booting an up window helps. This time for sure? Yeah. Yeah. Have you heard that melody before? You have. You have. You have. You have, because the composer of this Otome is Toby Fox. Yup. Thank you, Orentios. Beware, evildoers, for I am Rosemary, the Knight of Winter. By the way, if my voice starts to just completely go out, we'll end early. I can't be forcing myself into not being able to talk. We're picking new Jads mods tomorrow. I have to be able to argue at full volume. Or should it be the Blade of Winter? Or maybe the Rose of Winter? Doesn't that sound impressive? You know, a symbol of hope bursting through the ice. That's good, right? I mean, it's not too completely embarrassing, is it? Oh well, I'll figure out a good knightly sounding title someday. My actual name is Rosemary, which isn't very knight-ish. And as for that Blade of Winter thing, well, I'm in a place where it's been snowing a lot, and, you know. The song was named Fanfare from Rose of Winter this whole time. You guys just got so twin-peaked. To be honest, I just think it sounds cool. Cool stuff doesn't have to make sense, right? She is very cute. Anyway, about a year ago, I left my family's farm to fulfill my destiny and became a knight. Sounds pretty amazing, right? I thought so too. So far though, or become a knight, sorry. So far though, I've just been doing odd jobs for gold wherever I can find them. I've slain the occasional beast and rescued plenty of cats from trees. It's not exactly what I expected, but at least I'm making a living. I guess that makes me more of a mercenary than a real knight. But hey, I've got a cool set of armor and my trusty sword, so I'm almost there. Sigh. I hate to admit it, but it's harder to become a knight than I thought. I'll always keep trying, though. My travels eventually brought me to this tavern at the foot of Mount Needle. You wouldn't know from how cozy it is in here, but the mountain outside is super dangerous. Mount Needle, so named for the freezing winds that pierce your very skin, crawling with deadly beasts that hunger for human flesh. Only the bravest of the brave dare to venture here. Doesn't that sound like the perfect place for an aspiring knight to find her destiny? Oh, I'm so excited! Anyway, now that I'm here, I've got to find a job, and fast. If it's gonna play on every loop, I'm gonna actually lose my mind. It was this game's first! What are you gonna do about it? I spent the last of my gold getting a room at this tavern. Planning ahead, isn't exactly my strong suit. Luckily, the tavern has plenty of postings for mercenaries. I mean, knights, like me. It shouldn't be hard to find a job here. See, beyond Mount Needle lies Starlight City, one of the most beautiful and prosperous places in the world. People from all kingdoms gather there for important business. Whoop. To get there, you can either travel by boat... Every time it plays, I know Boulder is suffering. You can either travel by boat for days on end or take a shortcut over the deadly mountain. Most people take the long way around, but it just so happens there are 4 princes of different kingdoms here at this tavern now. Oh, 4 princes. Each of them has urgent business in Starlight City and needs to take the shortcut, however dangerous it might be. They'll need an escort to make it across. That's where I come in. I may not be great at planning, but I've got good instincts, a huge sword, and more than enough strength to use it. I can get a prince across that mountain with my eyes closed. I think. So let's see. The 4 princes are... First is Falkner, the Prince of the Fae, also the most hated prince in the YouTube comments. I've heard a little about him. He's supposed to be all dashing and elegant, the perfect gentleman in the Steam reviews, I mean. But the Fae people are also supposed to be really tiny. I mean, I've never met one, but that's what I hear. How's he gonna handle crossing a treacherous mountain? Well, I guess it's my job to figure that out. Next is Prince Elgindir of the Southern Kingdom. He's pretty young, like a little kid. The job posting came from his caretaker, who's traveling with him. I don't like to judge based on looks, but doesn't he kind of look like a scruffy drifter? Should a guy like that really be taking care of a kid? I wonder what the story is there. He didn't even post his name. Third is Tirune, Prince of Dragons, who is hot. Well, it's kind of scary, but he's actually a real dragon. Nice! The job posting says he's a fire dragon, so he doesn't do well in cold weather. He has to take a human form to save energy, so he's really weak and needs a lot of help getting across the mountain. Oh, well in that case, this shouldn't be too bad. And anyway, knights deal with dragons all the time, don't they? This should be a piece of cake. Finally, there's Prince Kuya of Moonforest. To be honest, I'm more scared of him than the dragon. His kingdom is really isolated, so no one really knows what his people are like, but the stories say they're all barbaric, fierce hunters with giant claws and fangs like wild beasts. Still, if he's here asking for help like anyone else, he can't be that bad, right? Okay, maybe there were more jobs than just these 4, but these guys just seem super interesting to me. And by interesting, I mean hot. Look, don't judge me! I've been traveling all alone for so long, and I've always dreamed of a fairy tale romance. It's not like I really expect anything to happen. I've never even had a boyfriend before, but maybe this time? Anyway, enough of this embarrassing stuff. I've got to hurry up and pick a prince already. Alright, so if I were gonna do this, I would do Tirune, Falkner, then Kuya, and then the double trouble. So let's see what chat says. Chat says 3. 3 is overwhelmingly winning in chat. We love dragon. We love dragon TF. What would Joe... We really need Joe here to see this so he can understand his community better. All right, it seems like the poll might line up with what I said into 3 1 4 2 or 3 4 2 1 or 1 2 3 4 1 2 looks what is where we are right now. 3 1 2 4 for me makes sense. Yeah, there's some 4 heads in chat. Very nice. With these choices, can we stay single? Rodney, I don't think this game is for you. I'm intrigued by the barbarian, but the hair length is such a turn off for me. I love long hair. On guys. Alright. Alright. 1 and 4 chatters, this is your chance to lock in and get your guy picked second, because we're gonna do the route order based on chat. So we're doing 3 first. I'll be the tiebreaker and pick 1 second if people don't get 4 ahead. I go Kuya if he's in a different art style. Not that I dislike this style, I'm just not into this particular design. That's fair, yeah, that's fair. The music winding down just made me feel dread knowing that the fanfare would fall. Alright, we're gonna go 3, 1, 4, 2. Here we go. All the arrangements have been made, so I go downstairs to tell Tirune I'm ready to go. I'm nervous about meeting a real dragon, but I put on a cheerful face. I dislike Falkner on instinct. I want to see what the route everyone is complaining about is like. So yeah, I have my supplies and everything's all set. Oh, I'm Rosemary, by the way. I am grateful for your help, Rosemary. I don't often travel in this form. It can be taxing. I expect to need quite a bit of your assistance. No problem, that's what I'm here for. Wow, you've got a lot of layers on there. Cold weather does not agree with me. These robes may look silly to you, but they're necessary. Sorry, the only game where you pick which man to date is Echo. When do the unspeakable horrors happen? Maybe later, maybe later. Oh, I didn't mean to say you look silly. I just, never mind. I hope I didn't embarrass him. I can't really tell. His face is as tranquil as ever. I've got to be more careful with what I say. He pretty much looks like a normal person, so it's easy to forget he's not human. But I have to remember what he really is. Most people don't ever have an opportunity to see a dragon, much less talk to one. I'm in a rare position, which is cool and also terrifying. Then again, he's not as intimidating as I expected, just strange and sort of pretty. The conference at Starlight City is several days away, but I'd like to get across the mountain as fast as possible. The sooner I get out of this cold, the better. Oh, yes, of course. What should I call you? Your Highness? I am not a highness. I am Tirune, but I have never cared what humans call me. Use whatever name you like. Okay then, Tirune it is. Let's go. Maybe it's just this game for the rest of the stream, or this song, just this song for the rest of the stream. Would you like that? We start walking together. The snow under our feet is thick, but the sun is shining. It's actually kind of nice out. Tirune hasn't said a word so far. He stares ahead at the path in front of us as if I'm not even here. Should I make small talk? I don't think he minds the silence, but this is awkward. What do dragons even talk about, though? I guess I'll have to wing it and hope something sticks. I've never met a dragon before, besides you, obviously. Pretty decent weather, right? For a frozen mountain of death, that is. You know, for a fire dragon, you're good at giving the cold shoulder. That was meant to amuse me, I suppose. Yeah, I guess so. Wow, good one, Rosemary. Very smooth. We walk in silence for a few minutes longer. But a knight doesn't give up that easy. There's gotta be something he'll talk about. So what is this thing in Starlight City all about? It's a big deal, right? Business between the dragons and human lawmakers. We must confer and maintain our peace accord. We do our best to respect you and live side by side, but dragons live by much older laws than those you humans wrote. Conflicts arise from time to time. Yes, I got him to talk. Now I just have to keep this ball rolling. Oh yeah? What older laws are those? Do you really want to know? Why wouldn't I? The laws of the wind, the sun, and the moon, birth and death, churning together in time until there's no distinction between them, as salt and water churns together to make the sea. The pulse of the earth shakes our blood because the earth is our blood, and we are guided by the will of the stars. The lives of all creatures are written in starlight, but only dragons read the words. The Yapper! For we were born from the stars and knew ourselves to be whole when the rest of the world was unshaped clay waiting to be given form. Oh, that's, neat. Oh, I can't think of anything to say to that. Tirune is quiet again. Well, can't say I didn't try. I want to unjoin this party. Come on. He's cute. We've been walking a while now. Do, 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 do. Tirune is going slowly, trailing a bit behind me. I don't mind walking ahead of him if it means giving him some space. Do you think he has an Owlbears podcast? +2 Kapipaketa. I'm not sure he likes me very much. It's still early in the day and the snow blazes white in the sun. I can hear it crunch under my boots and... Wait, there's no crunching footsteps behind me. Did Tirune stop walking? Oh gosh, did I lose him? I whip around, but he's just standing there a few yards back. I can't tell what he's trying to do. He's sort of wobbling in place, like a turtle that got flipped on his back. I guess those heavy robes don't give him much room to move. Tirune, are you okay? Once I get closer, I see the problem. One of his huge scarves is caught on a thorn bush, and he's been trying unsuccessfully to pull himself free. Why doesn't he just untangle it with his hands? He did say he's not used to his human form, but he has to know it would be easier that way, right? I'm not sure what to do. I mean, he's like a million years older than me. He said he needed my help, but I don't want to insult him either. He's pathetic. Yeah, he's pathetic. We're gonna help him. We're gonna help him. He's gonna rip his clothes if he keeps that up, and that'll just make it worse. I grab hold of the scarf. My arms brush against his body as I lean over him. He stops wobbling and gets very still at my touch. Look, it's not like I'm doing it on purpose. Working slowly and carefully, I manage to get the scarf unhooked from the thorns. There you go. Ah. Am I hallucinating, or is this the creator's self-insert in her imaginary boyfriend? Do you know what an otome is? Do you know where you are right now? Do you know what we're doing? Are you aware of what's going to happen in this visual novel? I'm asking you very seriously. The scarf has come undone, and he's already trembling, even though he has tons more layers. I knew he was sensitive, but I had no idea it was this bad. You don't? This is a romance visual novel. Otome are romance visual novels with female protagonists and male love interests mostly. Although that's been breaking a bit over the last couple of years. People have been challenging that a little. So This was developed by the people who made later Alligator, Heaven Will Be Mine, and We Know the Devil. Oh, interesting. Do you want me to help you tie it back on? That would be very kind. If he's embarrassed, I have no way of knowing. Nobody does a poker face like a dragon, apparently. It makes me nervous. I fold the scarf back around his shoulders as gently as I can. It's amazing how light and small his body seems now that I'm handling it up close. My hands seem no big next to him. So big next to him, it makes me feel ungainly, but when I'm done, the scarf looks nice enough. Is that warm enough? I can tie it again if you want. It'll do, thank you. It seems I can count on you for help after all. I'm glad of that. So you're not mad? You helped me when I needed help. Should I be angry? I guess not. You're, different, you know, so I don't really know how to act and I don't want to offend you. I see. Don't worry yourself about such things. I don't think you could offend me, even if you tried. Because you're like an ancient being and beyond all that stuff? No, because you are very sweet. Oh, thank you. Anyway, don't worry about the scarf. Happens to the best of us. Sort of. Can I ask, though, didn't it occur to you to just use your hands? I don't feel comfortable using them. The thorns are so sharp and these fingers seem so very frail and new. Yeah, that's not gonna come back later. Oh, sure, you can tell hands like these have never seen a day's work. Their next game is a dragon raising simulator that looks pretty nice. Oh, hold on, I'm gonna add that to my Steam, actually. Sorry. Done. Without thinking, I take his hand in mine. My own fingers are thick and calloused, and like the rest of my body, large. His hands are long, soft, and smooth. They're dusted with white scales that look delicate and fragile, like glittering jewelry. Ah, a strange observation, but I suppose you're correct. I have no need to bustle about and keep myself busy as you humans seem to. Oh my gosh, I just grabbed his hand without thinking, without even asking. What on earth is the matter with me? I drop it like a hot potato. Sorry. Oh gosh, I'm so thoughtless sometimes. Why apologize? So this is the canon route. Oh my god, I just got it. Oh shit. That's a +2 for me. Why apologize? Your hands are warm. It felt nice. We dragons live our lives mostly in isolation. Human touch is a curious novelty. He reaches up to touch my face. My heart starts to flutter like a trapped bird. However, he seems to think better of it and withdraws. But if you're sensitive to such things, I will respect your boundaries as you respect mine. With that, Tirune tucks his hands back under his robes and moves on. I stand still for a moment watching him. I haven't quite calmed down yet. It's snowing harder now, which makes the going more difficult. All his bundled up layers give him an awkward, ungainly shape. Hello, Casey. Yet there's something in his calm certainty that gives him dignity, even beauty, as he makes his way through the ice. At least until he gracelessly trips and falls flat on his face. Goodness, are you okay? I rush over to help, propping him up and brushing away the snow and ice. I am not used to this form. It's like being a fledgling again. Really, you shouldn't worry about it. I'm clumsy about all kinds of things myself. Oh, which isn't to say you're clumsy. I just mean, sorry, Rosemary, enough apologizing. Tirune doesn't say anything either. He just stares into me. He hasn't spoken to me so sharply before. For a moment, I can't think of anything else to say. Those golden eyes are intense. What is he thinking? Finally, he rests his hand on my shoulder. I shall have to stay close to you in case these legs fail me again. I may even need to take hold of your arm if you don't mind. Oh, sure. Yeah, that's fine. Good idea. He keeps his hand on me as I help him up. His fingers are so long and pretty. I try not to stare too much. And so we set off walking again. This time he doesn't lag behind or move ahead. We're side by side. Every so often he stumbles a bit and leans against me, or delicately hooks his arm around mine. I'm going slow to make it easy for him, but we manage to keep a steady pace and walk for a few more hours. We don't talk much, but somehow, I don't feel so awkward anymore. We're communicating more easily with just touch. When he presses lightly on my shoulder, I know to help him over a hurdle. When he leans slightly away, I know he's doing fine and we can walk a little faster. We fall into a nice rhythm. Occasionally, he even smiles at me. He's strange and distant, but I'm getting used to him. Eventually, though, the path gets a lot steeper. It's nothing I can't handle, but I worry about him. It's almost twilight and the snow falls, heavier and heavier. Are you doing okay? You're shivering. It's just this body, I'm not used to it. The slightest breeze seems to go through me. So he's still feeling the cold even with all those layers. Poor thing. Put an arm around him to warm him up. I put my arm around Tirune. Without missing a beat, he presses himself into me. I'm surprised, but I don't mind. I rub his back, trying to help him get warm. After a moment, he stops shivering so much, so I guess it's helping. And I admit it feels nice having an excuse to touch him. He leans his head against me and breathes deep, smelling my hair. Ah! Tirune! He jumps away like I've terrified him. I didn't even know he could move that fast. This game isn't wasting any time. I mean, like I said, a lot of them are like 20 hours long, okay? We have to fit 4 romance routes into like 5 hours here. They gotta get a move on, you know what I mean? Hey, you're gonna be cold. Quiet, I'm fine. He's obviously not fine, but he turns and rushes ahead of me without looking back. Before long, he stumbles and falls into the snow. He's so clumsy. I rush over to help, but he lashes out to push me away. His sharp fingernails scratch my skin. Not enough to draw blood, but I'm stunned. It's like a cat I trusted suddenly hissing at me out of nowhere. Slowly, clumsily, he pulls himself up without my help. He winces when his bare hands have to touch snow. I don't get it. Why is he acting like this? Did I do something wrong? We keep walking. Tirune is shivering again, but he won't slow down. I'm not sure what happened back there. I can still feel the sting of his claws on my skin. To my surprise, Tirune is the one who breaks the silence. I'm sorry if my behavior is confusing. You should know that you haven't done anything wrong. What was all that about anyway? I take it you don't know much about dragons. Huh? Why is he bringing that up? Now I know what direction this would go in certain kinds of visual novels, but I'm trusting Arentios that this isn't one of them. I guess not. I just know the old stories, the ones they tell you when you're a kid. But those fairy tales are mostly made up, aren't they? Dragons capturing maidens and devouring villagers. Where would it go? Not appropriate for this stream. You guys aren't like that in real life. I wasn't sure if I should ask about it, though. Why not? Are you frightened of me? Am I? I hadn't thought about that. Not in any serious way. He's so frail and fragile. I can't see him as some monstrous beast. Can you alter your age rating answer and then unalter it? But then once or twice I've caught a glimpse of something strange inside him. And when I start really thinking about his true nature, I feel dizzy, like I'm looking into a well and I can't see the bottom. I don't like it. Tirune chuckles darkly. Oh, when they start chuckling darkly, you know you're in trouble. And I realize I haven't said anything out loud yet. You're taking a long time. Is it such a hard question to answer? I'm not sure how I feel exactly. Tell me this then. Which dragon stories do you know? What, the stuff for kids? Come on, you don't want to hear that. I certainly do. A human perspective can be illuminating. Oh, well, in that case, the one I know best is the story of Camellia. You've probably heard that one, right? It's famous. Camellia. Please, refresh my memory. I'm old and these things run away from me over the years. I feel silly telling bedtime stories, but hey, you asked for it. Let's see. Camellia and the dragon. She was this woman, the most beautiful in her village, right? She could have married any man, but instead she was wooed by a terrifying dragon. No offense. None taken. The dragon promised her eternal love and riches and glory beyond what anyone in the poor village could ever hope to give her. So Camellia fell in love with this dragon who was named White Heat and chose him out of all her suitors. The dragon flew her away from the village, promising her safety in his mountain lair. Thank you, Godot was here, for subbing at 10 months. Add one to the counter. We're getting to another spin. Come on. Come on, come on. I can't believe you're here for Otome Day, Godot. This is like, I thought you were like allergic to this. I thought we would not see you in chat. Personally, I wouldn't marry a dragon. I don't think I could live in a lair. I could absolutely live in a lair. But once they got there, he devoured her and she was never seen again. Oh. I quickly cut myself off. Why was I so blunt about the devouring part? That must be like super rude. Today's headache day? Oh, I'm sorry. But Tirune says nothing. He's not even looking at me. So I guess the point is, don't pick a guy just because he promises you lots of material things. But I always thought that was sad. Did she deserve to die just for wanting a better life? On the other hand, maybe that's just what really happens. People getting deceived by their lovers and stuff like that. I don't know much about relationships, so you may be overthinking the story's moral. Sounds to me like a simple warning. Stay away from dragons. Tirune turns to stare right into me. His face is passive, but something in his eyes puts me on edge. I'm flustered, but I won't shy away. I stare right back without flinching. I don't know. You're a dragon and you're nice enough to me. Ha, you're very polite. But what if that story is true? What if I told you I was that dragon and Camellia my lover? The lover I betrayed and devoured. Would you still think me so nice? What? No, that can't be true. You're just kidding around with me. Right? I do not kid around. I am many centuries old. The story of Camellia and the dragon has endured where other tales were forgotten. It must have a certain resonance. But Lemonade says, nah, that's a plus. That's my goat. That's what Otome is all about. So are there going to be any cool action scenes where they fight monsters? Or probably not. Probably not. But everyone knows it's just a made-up fairy tale. Is that so? Tell me, what was the dragon's name again? White Heat? And what does Tirune mean in the southern language? I only studied a little bit when I was a girl. I know Tyr means white and... Oh. So you see, I am called Tirune in the south. There are many words for what I am, but I like that name best. I am called Prince because my mother is called Queen, although we dragons have no such titles for ourselves. But dragons being monsters and eating people, that's just a fairy tale thing. Or at least real dragons only did that a long time ago, and now we all live together peacefully. That's the whole reason you're going to Starlight City, isn't it? To keep the peace between dragons and humans? You're right, and it was a long time ago that I knew Camellia. A different time, more wild, and in many ways more honest. It's true that we no longer eat humans, yet we all remember how you taste. Who could forget? For a dragon, human meat is by far the most delicious, nearly irresistible. And I knew just from her smell that Camellia would taste better than any other. She was a human worth savoring. You smell very much like her, Rosemary. That's right. He's Edward. I feel very cold inside, and not because of the snow. Our truce with humans has let us live in peace for many years. Until now. I haven't yet told you the true purpose of our conference, Rosemary. It is to address the breaking of that truce by one of my kin. A dragon has been eating humans, very many of them. A dragon's occasional slip-up can be overlooked, but this is becoming a crisis for your people, and he is unrepentant. But, why would he do that? I can't pretend I don't understand his actions. It's why I've chosen to stay isolated from them for so many years. The mere smell can be overwhelming. He looks right at me as he says this. I take a few steps back. As a result of this dragon's actions, our peace agreement may be dismantled. If that happens, our future is uncertain. Even the stars don't seem to know. But you're not like that. You've chosen not to eat humans, so why are you even telling me this? Are you trying to scare me? Even though they're set in that lovely, delicate face, Tirune's eyes are sharp and fierce. For the first time, I understand fully that I am talking to something ancient, wild, and dangerous. I simply want to know, Rosemary. Do you think I'm telling the truth? Do you believe that I devoured Camellia? I think you didn't. I think you did. What do we think? Did he? Is he just fucking with her? Can you save here? 2. He did. 1. I've been eating pecans, so maybe. Okay, fair enough. 2. All right, 2. Yes, this will sound silly, but when I look into your eyes, I see something I don't understand. It's like you live in a different world, a crueler world with strange rules. So yes, I think the story is true. That doesn't sound silly at all. You're a very perceptive young woman. A chill runs down my spine. My intention is not to frighten you, Rosemary, but you deserve to know what kind of creature you travel with. Let's just stop talking about it for now, okay? We still have a long way to go. He says nothing more, which is fine by me. We keep walking. Tirune's weak human form shivers in the cold, and he holds onto my shoulder for balance. His touch is so soft and light, I can barely feel it. I'm happy to keep him steady. He looks so vulnerable now, it's hard to remember how he made me feel so cold inside. The correct option is it doesn't matter whether you did or didn't. I trust you all the same. Come on, Rosemary. True, they didn't put it in the visual novel for us. The correct option is I hope you did. As we walk, I do my best to push those dark thoughts out of my mind. Could he really have the soul of a monster? I never had to wonder about things like this back on the farm. All I want... Oh, sorry, I saw that message before it got nuked. All I wanted was to be a knight and fight stuff with my sword and not worry about anything. A little while later, we didn't save it for Joe's chat. A little while later, we make camp in a cave for the night. We've made good progress so far. It shouldn't take more than another day to get to the city. Tirune seems exhausted, much more than I would have expected after only a day of travel. His body is shaking again, worse than before. Tirune, I'm gonna make some barley tea. Would you like some, or are you hungry for dinner? I do not need to eat, but I will have some tea. It's kind of scary how worn out he is, but I decide not to mention it. Instead, I pour us some tea and we drink it together. We're silent for a while. I watch him, trying to guess what he's thinking. You're staring at me. I'm sorry, I can't help but wonder. Are you not hungry because you ate something else? I had a large meal of fish before leaving for the city. I didn't mean to imply anything else. My apologies if you were on edge. Haha, sorry, it's been hard not to think about it is all. I did find out you fucking eat people. So do you mostly eat fish then? Yes, they're very large where I live. I like to have deer sometimes when I can get them. I live alone on a rocky island in the sea. It's much warmer there than here. I feel myself relax. It's nice to talk normally again. Sounds like a nice place. I bet it's pretty. You might think so. Camellia certainly did. Camellia, huh? Let's change the subject. What kind of stuff do you do during the day, besides, like, feel the magic of the stars and whatnot? Unfortunately, I'm getting bad route vibes. It could be, yeah. It could be. Dragony stuff, like counting your gold pile or something? Oh, yes, of course. I also kidnap a lot of innocent virgins, so you'd better watch yourself, Rosemary. What? Who said I was... Shut up! Ha, there you are. My attempt at joking around. Was it funny? Yeah, hilarious. No, I don't have a hoard of treasure. I mostly spend my time thinking, remembering. I can't believe they wrote something like this with anything in mind other than this is fucking horrifying. Oh, sweet child. Oh, sweet child. The world of Atome lies before you. This is about as tame as it gets. Remembering what? Things that were important to me, or even things that weren't. 2 stags I saw fighting in a forest. A tree felled by lightning. If it happened, if it was real, I remember it. My memory goes back a long time. I don't need much more than that. Were you really alive before any humans? You said you were born with the stars or something like that. Dragons themselves have existed since the very beginning. I myself am only about 1,000 years old. Yet in dreams I see the dawn of time, or flashes of my mother's life before me. I wonder if we all don't share the same memory, reaching back to the very first of us. To be honest, it sounds kind of lonely. Ha, that's just the kind of thing Camellia would say. Bro, stop talking about your ex-girlfriend who you ate. You know, Rosemary, I thought you were angry at me after what we spoke of before. No, not angry, just kind of confused. If dragons really love to eat humans so much, is it even safe for me to be here with you? I really wasn't trying to frighten you, believe it or not, I like you. That's why I want to make sure you're safe, and you'll be safer with a full understanding of the situation. Do you humans really taste that good to you? It's strange. I remember a time before I had ever seen a human, yet when I'm weak and cold, I take this form, which looks like a human, or near enough. Has this face lain dormant inside me, even before I would have been able to recognize it? Or have our encounters with humans caused us to mimic your form? It's weird to me that you, of all people, don't have any answers to these questions. Oh, I don't pretend to understand ancient magic. I just live by it and try to give it some thought now and again. You humans are magnetic, or invasive, to put it another way. We dragons have existed before everything, yet humans have had a profound effect on us more than any other creature in this world. You mean, like, because of how he tastes to you? Before humans walked the earth, we ate fish and deer, and drank water and breathed air. None of these things questioned our right to consume them. We took what we needed and slept when we were tired. Sometimes we fought each other, but all disputes were eventually settled by the will of the stars. But when humans arrived, you spoke and felt as we did. You wept and begged or tried to reason for your lives. Despite all appearances, you seemed to be closer in spirit to dragons than you were to the beasts of the earth. Before humans, a dragon's actions were never right or wrong, but now we wondered if eating a human was evil. The stars were curiously silent on this subject. You might say that humans brought evil into our world. Perhaps the temptation to do wrong is what makes you so delicious to us dragons. What do you think? I don't know. I think that terms like good and evil are very limited ways to describe the world. That doesn't make me feel any better. Ah, it wasn't meant to. You know, it's kind of strange. When I hear you talk like that, I feel confused, or I feel excited. Look, all in on excited? I think all in on excited, right? Gotta be all in on excited. I can't wait for us to romance him, get eaten in 15 minutes, and leave his tummy very full. We gotta commit. We gotta commit. It makes my heart beat faster. Haha. Are you sure that isn't just fear? Oh, sure, it's scary, but not just that. I love the chat voting system that we that's carried forward from Road to Empress. I left my home, which was cozy and safe, to try and be a knight. I want to live by my sword and my wits, to fight stuff and get strong. You're already strong. Okay, stronger. Sure, I want to be a knight so I can do good things and protect people, but I'd be lying if I said I didn't love the thrill of it. Fighting beasts 10 times my size, going places I've never gone before, and staring death in its stupid face. It sounds like that's the kind of world you live in. It makes me wish I were a dragon too. Well, if I bite you, I'm surprised you would say such a thing. You seem so sweet and kind-hearted to me. Yeah, well, that's how you look to me. Looks can be deceiving. Ha, I'm not totally serious. Of course I don't really want to stop being a human or anything like that. But wow, I don't know how to describe this feeling. You live by strength, take what you need, and don't care about anything else. You're so lucky. I'm very tired. Will you help take off my robes so I may sleep? Oh, sure? My hands are trembling. Slowly, carefully, I peel off his robes, layer by layer. I try not to, but when I let my eyes drift to his face, I see him watching me. I feel warm all over. The more robes come off, the more I can feel his body, and the more my hands feel rough and clumsy dealing with his delicate frame. Underneath his winter layers, he's long and slender. His scales run over his chest and arms. I really want to touch and see what they feel like, but of course I never would. He falls asleep quickly, but I lie awake for a little while, watching his slim chest rise and fall. I don't want to take my eyes off of him, but I don't know if it's out of fear or some other feeling that's harder to describe. CG. do, 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 do. Quest complete. We set out again at sunrise. I feel refreshed and a little more calm. Tirune, however, is still weakened and exhausted. Do you need extra help walking today? No, I'll find my footing, but it's kind of you to ask. He stays close to me as we start down the path. We spoke a great deal about me and my kind yesterday. What about you? I feel I hardly know anything about you. Gosh, I'm not sure what to say. Do you really want to know about me? I told you I don't kid around. Remember, my attempt last night didn't go over very well. Ha, good point. Well, let's see. I grew up on a farm with my parents and my brothers and sisters. As you know, I left home to be a knight. It hasn't worked out so well, but I'm trying. Brave and chivalrous knight. I've come across a few of those in my time. You wanted to slay monsters, did you? I guess you could say that. What else? What sorts of things do you like? Flowers, songs, swords! Swords, swords? We love swords. Love swords. Love songs, love flowers, love swords. Do we love swords? Sword? Sword. Gotta be swords. I guess it goes without saying that I like swords. I've been practicing with them since I was a little girl. I'm pretty good now. I like reading about swords too, not just using them. Every place I go, I try to learn about the weapons and tools they use there. There's so many different kinds from all the different kingdoms in the world. Like, you can tell them from the farmlands in the North Country because our fighters always use great swords like mine. Even tiny things like that, they all tell a little story about you. I find that comforting, I guess. Sorry, I hope that wasn't too boring. Not at all. You little ones have such short lives. You search for meaning in every detail. I've always found it interesting the way you collect sentimental trinkets and decorate your homes. I never thought of it like that, I guess. You don't decorate your lair at all? Oh yes, of course. I have a lovely armchair and floral rug in the southern corner of my cave. You should definitely go back to not telling jokes, if you say so. And you don't have a lover? What? What makes you say that? It's just a guess, although an educated one, do you? I imagine this is what happened between Shiva and Fralesvelger. Same, I was thinking that. No, what about you? Not since Camellia. Camellia, it's so strange to think that she was a real person, someone you actually knew. She must have been really pretty. She wasn't, actually. She was certainly not the most beautiful woman of any village, as your fairy tale described, nor, frankly, the smartest, or even the most kind-hearted. But she had a way about her. It made you feel like she was the most important woman in the world, and you would do anything just to make her happy. You remind me of her in some ways, especially not being pretty, smart, or kind-hearted. Oh, thank you, although I'm not sure that was supposed to be a compliment. And also, he's talking about someone he might have eaten alive? Yet, those don't sound like the words of the person who killed her. Or do they? He hasn't actually said he did it, but he hasn't denied it either. He keeps talking about the ancient ways of dragons and good and evil and stuff. What do I know about things like this anyway? Is love always this complicated? Dragons in Final Fantasy XIV have some of the most insane lore in the entire game. Just FYI for people who don't know that. He says nothing more and we keep walking. I'm glad we got one in there. One more for the road. The wind is colder today, the sky clouded over. This journey has been easier than I expected, but Mount Needle may still earn its reputation. We come to a rushing river and find the wreckage of the bridge I'd intended us to cross. It's also the only bridge around for miles. Well, excuse my language, but this is a bit of a pickle. In my true form, I could step right across a river like this. And that's definitely not an option? No. Even maintaining this useless shape is exhausting in the cold. You should do a lore stream, become the Nobel of 14. Maybe the housing stream can turn into a lore stream. How dare she say pickle? I know. I joined a mouse stream for something I know nothing about. I see a white-haired gentleman on screen. I nod. All is right in the world. That's right. Chat voted for him too, for the record. He was chat's favorite boy too, for the record. Then I'll just have to carry you across. Is that entirely necessary? We could walk along the bank and hope we find another bridge, but that might take hours and we don't even know if there is one. You want to get to the city quickly, right? You'll get wet and so will our supplies. We can make a fire and dry up, and anyway, I came prepared for this kind of thing. The supplies are wrapped up and waterproof. Very well. Tirune draws close to me. I put my arms around his waist and lift. Even with his piles of robes, he's shockingly light. He puts his arms around my shoulders. I can feel his skin brush, just for a moment, against my face. Even his scales are light and soft. It's easy to lift him high enough that the water won't touch him. This will be a piece of cake, I hope. Carefully, I step into the rushing water. The current is strong, but the river isn't too deep or even all that far across. Ideally, I'd throw a rope across to try to steady us, but I can't do that while I'm carrying him at the same time. Tirune says nothing, but I feel him shiver in my arms. I can do this, don't worry. I trust you, Rosemary. His body shakes, but his voice is steady. Maybe he really does trust me. I guess I have to trust him too. We start across the river. I take it one step at a time, carefully seeking out good footing so we don't slip. The freezing water rushes around my legs, but I keep my balance. I can feel Tirune holding tight. I won't let him fall. Midway across, the water is up to my chest, but I think that's as high as it'll go. We're in good shape. I'm holding Tirune steadily out of the water. We're almost there, just a little more. All of a sudden, the wind begins to shriek. Tirune's long hair whips into my face and eyes, and the freezing water froths around us. A blanket of black clouds overtakes the sky. That's all the warning we get, and suddenly the snow crashes down in thick, suffocating sheets. This awful mountain is known for its sudden, violent storms that come and go in the blink of an eye. I should have known the weather was way too good to be true. Rosemary! Don't worry! I've got you! A blast of snow hits me like a cannonball. I fall. Tirune tumbles into the river and disappears in the freezing foam. It happens so quickly it hardly registers. No. No! I won't let this happen. I can't let this happen. I'm a knight. I will protect my prince. My hand finds a jutting rock and grabs hold. I pull myself up out of the water and try to make sense of what's happening. My body aches with cold, but every ounce of my strength is dedicated to keeping myself focused. A flash of a scaly arm breaks out of the water ahead, desperately grasping the air. He's still close enough that I can reach him. Tirune, hold on, I'm coming! The wind screams, the river roars around me. I block it all and lunge forward, grabbing hold of Tirune and dragging his body up out of the water. I have no idea how long it takes to make it to the other side. I'm giving everything I have just to hold us together. Tirune is heavy in my arms, soaking wet and freezing, but I hold on tight. I'll never let go of him again. We make it out of the river. The snow is heavier than I've ever seen. Tirune looks diminished, pale. His body is shaking violently. We need Jacob here to keep him warm, am I right? I'm scared. You saved me. Are you kidding? I'm the one who put you in danger. No, it was the river that almost killed me. It would have if not for you. My eyes burn with tears. No, there's no time to cry. We won't be safe until I get us somewhere warm. It's interesting, Kids has some of the traits and tropes characteristic to the Secret or True Route character. Yeah, he does. He kinda. Oh, I see. I haven't seen Twilight 2. Is there yaoi in it? No, but there is a scene where Jacob keeps someone warm when it's cold. My eyes burn with tears. No, there's no time to cry. We won't be safe until I get us somewhere warm. I go to my pack for supplies, but it was ripped apart in the jagged rocks when I fell. Our food, tents, medicine, and clothes, everything we need to make a fire for the night, all lost to the river. My heart plummets. The only thing left is one thick winter cloak wrapped in sealskin to keep it dry. The cold pounds away at me like a hammer, but Tirune looks much worse. You wear the cloak, Rosemary. You need your strength to save us both. How could you even suggest that, Tirune? You're already sensitive to the cold. You look like you're about to... I'm much older than you. I've lived through worse than this. But his voice fades even as he says the words. Uh-oh. Pivotal choice. Pivotal choice. Wear the cloak yourself or give him the cloak. I'll actually let chat vote on this one. Oh, man. Chat's veering toward 2. Okay, it looks like the 2s have it. Abstain, says August. Who's abstaining? Who abstains? Alright, we'll go 2. Give him the cloak. I wrap the cloak around Tirune and start moving again. The snow is like knives sliding through my armor and into my skin. I ignore the pain and carry him as fast as I can. Barely aware of what I'm doing, I manage to find a small cave in the cliffside. I pull us into it. It's cold but dry. I set Tirune down gently, and then my legs collapse out from under me. I'm on the ground. Did I hit my head? I can't remember. Huh, that's strange. I thought I felt fine. But now it's all catching up to me at once. My head swims. My body aches with a cold so sharp it almost burns. I'm fading, but it's okay. No matter what happens to me, at least I kept him safe. That's what a real knight would have done. Minutes or hours might have passed. I have no way of knowing. I wake to find Tirune's burning eyes staring into me once more. His face is so near, but why? Am I dreaming? He kisses me softly on the forehead and beautiful warmth blooms inside me. If this is a dream, it feels real. Another kiss and another on my cheeks, my eyelids, my nose. Each touch of his soft mouth sparks a surge of heat all through my body. At last, I feel his kiss on my lips. The heat anchors me to life. I don't know if it's dragon magic or what. All I know is that it saves me. You did not do as I said. That was very stupid of you. Yeah, I know. I see he has taken off my armor, which was freezing and wet, leaving me in my underclothes relatively dry. If I weren't so exhausted and cold, I might feel embarrassed. Right now, though, I'm just happy we're both okay. Tirune, our supplies are gone. I don't know how we're going to keep warm. After all that, we might still freeze to death. No, we will not. I cannot take my true form here, but I am still a dragon. His golden eyes begin to glow. Something's happening, but I'm not sure what. He takes my hand in his and guides it beneath his innermost cloak to press against his slim chest. Just under his scaly skin is what feels like a molten core, blazing hot, a furnace inside him. Oh, Blackwing Lair next. His dragon heart. I move closer and lay against him. He adjusts his last dry cloak, so we're both wrapped up in it, sharing the fire blazing inside him. A warm little bubble, safe from the howling wind. Tirune. Yes, Rosemary. I remembered what I'd learned about Camellia. But before I can tell him, I dropped like a stone into sleep. Damn. We're so in, yeah? We're so in. In the morning, in spite of it all, I am refreshed. My joints are stiff and cold, but I'm ready to get them moving. Fun fact, that raid was 20 years ago. Tirune stirs and brushes my hair gently out of my face. Good morning. Morning. We're still holding each other. I don't think about it. It's just a natural motion, but I lean into him and we share a kiss. Oh, CG now? CG now. It's just a small one. We barely brush each other's lips. Still, it's my first kiss. I never imagined it would be like this, but he's just so beautiful and so warm. I couldn't help but want to kiss him. Tirune stares at me and then takes my face into his hands. He kisses me again and again, increasingly urgent, increasingly fierce. That kiss awakened some desperate need inside him, and now he can't get enough. It's been 30 minutes? I've done less. It's nice, but the way he's pressing his face against mine, it's a little hard to breathe. I don't mind exactly, but I'm a little worried. Suddenly, I feel a sharp pain in my lip as he bites down hard. Ow! Oh shit! The teeth! I didn't mean to cry out, but I couldn't help it. Tirune doesn't stop, not immediately. I feel his sharp teeth against my lips. After a moment, though, he seems to freeze in place. Maybe he realized what he was doing. He pulls away and stares at me with wide, scared eyes. No, you didn't have to stop. It's okay. I can't finish my sentence because almost on cue, tears spring to my eyes. I don't mean to cry. It's just a reaction to the pain in my lip. I try to force it to stop, but that never works. Rosemary, I'm so sorry. No, it's okay. I was just surprised and it hurts a little, but I don't mind. I really don't. I liked kissing you. He stands and walks quickly away. The sudden loss of his warmth is hard to bear. With his back to me, he struggles to put his winter layers back on, which have dried in the night. His weak hands fumble and slip. Come on, here, let me do it. I help him get dressed, but he still won't look at me. Are you mad about the kiss? I'm sorry, Let's just go. We've already lost a night to the storm. It's calm now. We can try to find food first, or... No, we're leaving. His tone is final. There's nothing more I can say to him. We leave the cave and start the last leg of our journey. The snow is thick on the ground, but the wind has died down. I'm less worried about that, though, than I am about Tirune's cold silence. He rushes ahead of me, turned so I can't see his face. All of chat is disappointed. They want the vor. Tirune, take it slow. We almost died last night. It's okay if you're still weak. I hired you to simply guide me. You do not tell me what to do. What? Where's this coming from? Come on, don't be like that. I just want to help you. Why? I didn't expect to have to explain this. Because I like you. I thought you liked me too. I wouldn't mind kissing you again. That was my first kiss, you know. And yeah, it hurt when you bit me, but I don't really care. My face is burning. I can't believe I'm actually saying this out loud. But when Tirune turns to finally face me, he looks angrier than I've ever seen. No, not angry. He looks inhuman. You're young, but you are not a stupid child. Why are you still behaving like one? How much clearer can I be about this? I am a dragon. What you like is this weak body, but it's not really me. My real mouth is not soft and gentle. If I were to bite you with it, you would not survive. My fangs are as long as sharp as your sword. I could tear you apart. I could swallow you whole. I want to. Do you understand? I want to eat you right now. I want it more than I want to breathe. If you were smart, you'd be scared of me. You'd be afraid for your life. He's hissing, low and dangerous, right in my face, but I've learned not to look away. I'm not afraid. You didn't eat Camellia, and you won't eat me. When I worked for those scholars, they were learning about her, the woman Camellia was based on. She was a real person, but she wasn't eaten by a dragon. She married a duke and lived to an old age. They thought the dragon was a metaphor for a political struggle, or... I am not a metaphor. Damn right! You'd be a lot worse if you were. But you also didn't eat her. I wanted to. I wanted to eat her so badly. I loved her and she loved me. We were together for a time. She wanted to be with me forever, but the feelings were so intense. I loved her, but I also wanted what I want with you right now. I couldn't trust myself, so I forced her to leave. I would have killed her if she hadn't. She cried and screamed for me as I flew away, but she went on to live her own life. I'm very happy for her. How could you do that? What's wrong with you? Weren't you listening? I saved her life. You don't know that. You don't know what you would have done. And anyway, she knew what you were and she still wanted to be with you. Maybe she thought the risk was worth it, or maybe she was tougher than you thought. Okay, but what if we hire a priest and he heals and revives us every time Tirune gets freaky? That's thinking with a Tome Pichetto. Hell yeah. Either way, she made her own choice. If you really loved her, you should have respected that. I bet she never forgot you, just like you never forgot about her. But she had to live her whole life without you, and now she's dead and it's too late. Oh, it's too awful to even think about. You have a young person's idea of love. She married the Duke, and I'm sure she was happy, eventually. True love isn't worth risking everything for. Maybe, but that doesn't mean that what she felt wasn't real. You should have honored that, and what I feel is real too. What you feel? I like you, Tirune, and after we're done with this job, I want to see you again. I'm curious, do dragons fall in love with each other? Not in any way a human would recognize, and not in ways that last. When we began to meet and talk with humans, some of us began to share that feeling for the first time, though we didn't know what it was. That's what I thought, so as a human, I might even understand more about love than you do. Please, listen to me. To eat a human is to taste sweet ambrosia. It's even better if it's an exceptional person, like Camellia, or like you. We're just like a failed knight? What do you mean an exceptional person? How do I know what I feel for you? It's impossible to tell if I love you or if I just want you. He'd never eat me. I trust him. He may try to eat me, but I can handle it. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Not even waiting for chat. Not even waiting for chat. You're a protagonist, actually? Yeah, I guess that's true. You can try to eat me if you really can't help it, but remember, I'm a knight. Knights slay dragons. If you try it, I'll have to fight back. Trust me, I won't go easy on you. I've slain plenty of beasts before. It's better for you to let me do what I want. And what I want is to be with you. That is, if you want me to. He's looking at me now like he's seeing me for the first time. He's at a loss for words. Rosemary, well, actually, I guess I'm not a real knight yet, but I think my point still stands. You are as real a knight as I have ever met. Oh, yeah. This is more painful than the romance in 100 Lines? Nah. He draws me close, cradling my face in his hands, and we kiss. I put my arms around him and pull him into me. He stiffens at first, but soon relaxes into my embrace. You can feel how strong I am, right? So don't worry, I can handle myself. Perhaps you can. It's that easy. 1,000 years defeated. It's that easy. What I want is to cut myself out of your stomach with my big sword romantically. At last, we make it off of Mount Needle. Starlight City lies in view just a few miles away. It's quite simple to eliminate trauma. Simply say, I could tank that. Exactly. We're exhausted, hungry, chilled to the bone, yet somehow I feel light and giddy. We conquered the mountain. It's much warmer now, but still too cold for Tirune to change form. There's so much I want to say to him, but before I get a chance, we're greeted by a stranger. Oh shit, I see even White Heat made it down. Doing all right there, old man? Rana, don't speak to me. This whole mess is your fault. Oh, it's the eater. It's the tooth haver. We will put a stop to it. His fault? So this is... Yes, this is the dragon who has been eating humans. Rana, you insolent whelp. You make it sound like such a bad thing, old-timer. Don't you have any pride in what you are? I don't care what anyone says. It's our right to eat lesser creatures. You used to understand that, but you've withered and gone soft with age. The stars cry out for us to consume all those who are beneath us. Who are we to deny them? Can we date him too? I was just thinking that, Lemonade. Besides, if you don't eat humans, they just die in a few decades anyway. What a waste of good food. Say, what do we have here? Rana looks me up and down and I tense up, grabbing the hilt of my sword. My blood runs cold, but I do my best not to show it. Shall we have a quick meal before the conference, Tirune? There's no one here to scold us for it, after all. You can just say you lost her to the mountain. I know you want to. I can smell your hunger. You're famished. A sudden and intense heat explodes from Tirune. Dragon transformation? His entire body shimmers and glows. Dragon Yes! Dragon transformation! Yes! Before I can blink, there stands before me an immense and powerful dragon, gleaming hot and bright as if the sun shines on him alone. What? You shouldn't be able to take that form. Not here. What is this? Rana, we are both dragons, but compared to me, you are an infant in mind and body. If you ever harm a human again, especially this one, you will answer to me. Is that clear? Rana can't answer. He's too busy fleeing into the woods as fast as his clumsy human form can run. Soon it's just the two of us again, alone together. Tirune turns his great head toward me. He's strange and human, unbelievable, yet deeply familiar. Do you see now? This is the truth of what I am. Could you love a creature like this? I could eat you right now. It would be easier than anything. So do it already. He leans his massive head closer to me. I've never seen anything so large. I feel a little dizzy just looking at him. But he doesn't open his vicious jaws. Instead, he nuzzles me, soft and gentle. I close my eyes and kiss his great scaly nose. Arentios really was pandering to chat with this one. When I open my eyes again, Tirune is back in the human form I know so well, looking surprised at himself. There were a few times on the mountain when I was really sure I would eat you. But once I saw Rana, I couldn't imagine letting anyone do that. Thank you, Tirune. You know, only a true knight can stare into a dragon's eyes without fear. You really think so? That's sweet. You're a big softie deep down. We should get to the city. The conference will be starting tonight. Oh, right, of course. And so Tirune makes his way to the Capitol building. I end up hanging around the city on my own. I worry a bit about running into Rana, but I guess he's at the conference too. It's just me, all by myself. The city is amazing and a little overwhelming. I'm not used to seeing so many people in one place. I get my armor cleaned, my sword sharpened, I eat real food at the tavern and pick up some dry clothes. I still have plenty of gold left over for whatever it is I'm doing next. Tirune only hired me to take him across the mountain. There's no reason for me to stay here. We didn't talk about meeting up again. I don't know if he's gonna come find me, but I can't bring myself to leave yet. Dragon form is okay. I don't see him again until the next day. I'm sitting on a sidewalk bench when I feel a familiar hand on my shoulder. Hello again. I'm glad you're still here. I never leave without saying goodbye. How did the conference go? The dragons and human leaders spoke for a long time. There are no simple solutions for what has happened. Rana's crimes are not easily ignored. Their trust in us is shaken, and justifiably so. The future is still uncertain. But I have hope we will rebuild our faith in each other. And Rana, at least, will not be breaking the peace agreement anymore. I have seen to that personally. Did you eat him? He's pretty scared of you, huh? And with very good reason. I bet. I can't personally stop all dragons from ever eating a human again, but you've given me a lot to think about. Perhaps I've been isolated too long. I can try harder to make some difference. So, what do you think you're gonna do now? Just, out of curiosity, I guess? I will be flying south to tell the lesser dragons the news of what has happened here. I may pay a visit to my mother, the queen, on the way. After that, I don't know what I'll do. I suppose the stars will tell me. Well, if you're going south, maybe I could come with you? Why would you want to? There's nothing for you there. You don't think so? It'd be amazing to be the one human in a council of dragons. That's the kind of things they tell stories about. And mostly, I could spend more time with you. We're very different, but I want to try to understand your ways, your life. I think we have a lot to teach each other. I don't know what to say. It'll be frightening to be among dragons. They're not all like me. I can try to protect you, but I can't promise I'll be able to. Do you really trust me that much? Are you sure this is what you really want? Well, I've been thinking about what I want to do while you were away. To be honest, I have no idea what I want. All I know is what I don't. I don't want to just watch you fly away like Camellia had to, knowing I'll never see you again, knowing neither of us were brave enough to try. I take his face in my hands and I kiss him. The heat of his body warms me to my toes. Is this dragon Twilight? Yes. I can feel him start to change. When I open my eyes, I'm looking into the eyes of a great white dragon. I've already faced 2 dragons. So far, I'm still alive. I think I can handle myself, don't you? Yes, I suppose I do. Yippee! Yay! Oh, it's so cute! Soon I find myself riding on Tirune's back, flying south. Flying on a dragon's back is, well, let's be honest, it's terrifying, but it's also incredible and exciting. I feel free. I guess that's how Tirune makes me feel, all the time. I have no idea what'll happen in the future, walking among a council of dragons, way out in the wilderness, being the only human around for miles. Who knows what could happen? It's pretty scary to think about, but it also makes my heart race in a way that feels good. I'll have Tirune with me. I'll have my sword. A true knight never lets fear stop her, especially when she's facing a dragon. Yeah, all the art and characters are really cute. Yay, we did it! Alright, stream over. Music by Toby Fox. Do, 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 do. Do, 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 do. So next up, we're gonna do the route that all of Steam reviews hate. The people are like, this game has 3 really good routes. Like, they were like, this game, everybody but Falkner. They were like, I love everybody but Falkner. Ooh, interesting flavors, or interesting flavors of LaCroix. Special thanks, Ursula K. Le Guin. Interesting. I bet I know why. Oh, good. Oh, good. Oh, good. Rosemary has left with Tirune. That's right. That's right. If we hit resume, oh, okay, it just... Do we want to see the bad endings, or do we just want to go to next boy? What do we think? There's got to be bad endings. It's an Otome. It's an Otome with choices. There's got to be bad endings. Bad endings? Next boy? All right, let's go through it again and pick all the options that we didn't last time. Which route do they play baseball? Leave bad endings for folks to buy the game? I would feel that way if it weren't a game from 2016. Alright, I should let him handle it himself. I don't want to just jump in, not if he doesn't ask me for help. I mean, I wouldn't want to be condescended to by someone centuries younger than me. Tirune keeps yanking at the scarf harder and harder. He doesn't look irritated, but how could he not be? Maybe I should help, but before I get a chance to, he gives a great pull and the scarf rips apart. Tirune almost topples into the snow, but I grab him just in time. His body is so small. I didn't expect him to be so late. It's 2 endings per route? Oh, okay. That did not work. That's an understatement if I've ever heard one. The scarf hangs in tatters on the thorny branch, but it's okay, I can fix that. I have my own scarf in my pack. My mother knit it for me back on the farm before I left. It's warm and fluffy, perfect for Tirune. I might have wanted it later when we get further up the mountain, but Tirune is really shivering now. He definitely needs it the most. I wrap it around him in place of the torn scarf. As soon as it's snug, he sighs in relief. Thank you. I hadn't counted on these clothes being so cumbersome. If only I could go without them. You probably shouldn't do that. Sadly, you're right. I'll just have to avoid getting trapped like that again. Don't beat yourself up about it. If it's written in the stars, you can't help it, right? I'm just kidding. Anyway, don't worry about the scarf. Happens to the best of us. Sort of. Okay, alright. Next. Alright, stop for a moment to rest. We're making good progress. Let's take a little break. That would be nice. This form tires so easily. I help him over to a large tree with branches thick enough to shelter us from the snow. There's a rock nestled in the roots, perfect to sit on. It's a little small. We end up having to press against each other so we don't both fit. If he's a giant dragon, can he just fly over the whole route in like 10 minutes? They explained that it's too cold here for him to transform and he would just fucking die at the beginning. Is he uncomfortable? But then I feel something soft on my shoulder. He's leaning against me. I'm surprised, but it's nice. I have an impulse to touch him, so I reach over and brush his pretty hair out of his eyes. He breathes deep as if to take in my scent. Okay, so it's the same thing from here. Okay, alright, here we go. Hey, what happened? Are you okay? I don't need any more rest. We were only sitting for like a second. He doesn't listen and rushes off up the trail. Almost immediately. Okay, so here we go. Tirune, come on. I don't know if I did something wrong or what, but at least let me help you. We both know you need it. He digs his sharp fingernails into my arm. He's not very strong, so it's not painful, but I'm stunned. Why is he trying to hurt me? What did I do? After a moment, he gives up and loosens his grip. His face slips into that unreadable calm. You're right, but please, let's keep going. Okay. It's too cold for him to transform as a plot point that'd make Joe spend 10 minutes debating it. Why do you think I didn't invite him to co-stream this? I don't think you devoured Camellia. I can't imagine you would do something so cruel. I haven't known you very long, but you don't look like a monster to me. You look soft and gentle, and I just mean, I can't imagine you'd want to eat me. Don't be so certain of that. A chill runs down my spine. My intention is not to frighten you, Rosemary, but you deserve to know what kind of creature you travel with. Let's just stop talking about it for now, okay? We still have a long way to go. Alright. It's probably just the last choice that puts you on the other route. I feel confused. It's just weird, you know? You talk about stuff like the will of the stars and laws of death and remembering the dawn of time and all that junk. I don't like thinking like that. I just want to do the right thing and help people and make my own way. But when you start talking about fate and good and evil, I think it's a point system. Yeah, it's one of those for sure. It all feels so darned complicated. I'm pretty sure August is correct. All right, way to go, August. I like to think I live my life based on what I want and nothing else, but was my whole fate written in the stars so I can't change anything of it? I don't want to worry about that stuff, but that's your whole world. Maybe it's better that dragons are isolated from humans, even if you didn't want to eat us. We're just too different. That we are, my dear. But it may make you feel better to know, even if your life is written in the stars, your fate is not yet decided. There are many paths your life may take. Every one of them is quite astounding. Astounding, like in a good way? Ha! Wouldn't it be more fun to find that out for yourself? You're mean. I am very tired. Okay. So we like I feel like swords is still the wrong answer here. Camellia is a type of flower, so I feel like we shouldn't say flowers. Maybe songs? Maybe this doesn't matter. Let's see. I like the old songs that the bards sing. My father knew a lot of them. He plays the lute. Mother says she hates it, but you can tell she really doesn't. Those songs carry a little piece of history in them. All you have to do is remember a nice little melody and you're helping keep all those ancient memories alive. Of course, I like hearing about the old knights and their deeds too. Maybe I'll have a song written about me someday. Ha, perhaps the tale of your legendary clash with the great worm Tirune. Great worm, huh? You sure think a lot of yourself. We dragons are not known for our humility. Sorry. Okay, alright. I hope that wasn't too boring. Okay. We're going. I'm putting it around me. I'm protecting myself. I'm gonna have to trust him on this one. I throw the cloak on and start moving. I'm not completely warm, but it's enough to keep me going. I make my way through the ice as fast as I can, clutching Tirune's trembling body close. How are you liking it so far? It's cute! And searching for any possible shelter I can find. The snow is caking onto him. It feels like he's fading. I have to hurry. There's a small cave in the cliffside, and I manage to pull us inside. It's cold but dry. It'll have to do for now. I lay Tirune gently down, but his skin is almost purple with chill. I brush the snow off of him as much as I can. His chest rises and falls, but it's so feeble it terrifies me. Without even thinking, I shuck off my armor till I'm in my underclothes, which are relatively dry. I do the same to Tirune's outermost robes, which are soaked through with snow and can't be much help to him. I press his bedraggled body against my own. My body heat might not be enough for a fire dragon, but what else can I do? I rub him all over and try to enfold him completely. He gives no resistance and seems so much smaller without the bulk of his robes. Is it working? Does he feel any warmer? I can't tell. Rosemary. Thank you. His voice is weak, but he's still alive. I'm so happy I almost start crying. Tirune, our supplies are gone. I don't know how we're going to keep warm. After all that, we might still freeze to death. No, we will not. I cannot take my true form. Okay, alright. Alright, so let's see if we get another ending by making all of the opposite choices. Oh shit. He's chomping? He'd never eat me. I trust him. I know you won't hurt me. You saved me. You must feel something for me. Maybe you'll just think I'm young and stupid, but I know you care about me. I'd stake my life on it. You humans are always so sure you're right. So you think I'm wrong? I didn't say that. He comes closer and rests his hand on my face. He's so close I can feel the warmth of him. See, you're so close now and you're not hurting me. You don't have to be so scared. Chomp, 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 chomp. Chomp, chomp, chomp. But he doesn't open his vicious jaws. Okay, alright. I will be flying south to tell the lesser dragons the news of what has happened here. I may pay a visit to my mother, the queen, on the way. After that, I don't know what I'll do. I suppose the stars will tell me. Well, if you're going south, maybe I could come with you. Why would you want to? There is nothing for you there. Well, you'll be there. I want to spend more time with you. I mean, if you want to, of course. I do want to, more than you can ever know. But don't you see? That's exactly why you can't come with me. Come on, Tirune. Haven't you been listening to me? I'm not afraid of you. I know you aren't. I admire that about you, but I'm the one who is afraid. I look at you and I just don't know what I'll do. You still feel that way after everything we've been through? You're just gonna leave me? Just like you left Camellia? My dear brave knight, I'm so sorry. I want you to know this. I don't know whether I want to love you or hurt you, but whatever it is, I feel it overwhelmingly. You are so strong, so beautiful. If I didn't feel so much when I look at you, I wouldn't be so afraid. But I do feel it, and I can't trust it. Call me a coward if you must. I just want you to remember one thing. If anyone ever tells you that you're not a true knight, remember that you proved yourself braver than a dragon. I won't cry in front of him, I won't. He takes my face into his hands and kisses me. I can feel the heat of him down to my toes. It's the last time he'll ever touch me. Damn. And so, despite all my protests, that night I watched Tirune fly away without me. The alternative was we went with him. We went with him. I wonder if this is how Camellia felt hundreds of years ago. I'll never be able to hear that story the same way again. Most people, I think, would be happy to escape a dragon's clutches, but all I can think of is how much my heart aches to see him again. I'll do my best to move on and forget about him, but I know I'll be watching the stars from now on, hoping, one day, to see him flying back to me. Ba 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 dun 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 dun. Sadly, no getting eaten ending. Terrible. In your standard Atome, you would there's absolutely an ending where the dragon eats you, just for the record. Just if anybody's not familiar with the genre. What the fuck is the point? I know. We needed a stream safe one. Tragic. Did music slay? The music is by Toby Fox, so yes. And it's traumatizing, chat. It's not a Beastars. Alright, now we're gonna do Worst Boy. Worst Boy, we're gonna do the boy who all of the Steam reviews revile. We're gonna do Falkner. Here we go. I gather my things and head down to the main hall to meet Prince Falkner. Almost at once I see him standing on a banister near the entrance. He looks like Wizapon. He does, yeah. He gives kidnapper vibes a little bit. He's a fae. I knew he was going to be small, but wow, he can't be any larger than my hand. But he catches my... I see. But he catches my eye right away as if lit by a beacon of light. There's a lot of people here. Most of them are travelers, tired and worn out from the cold outside, slumped and inconspicuous. Prince Falkner, however, stands with his chest thrown out, his stance firm and bold. Now we're reading Atome. Now we're reading Atome. He looks proud, dignified, and despite his size, completely at home in his surroundings, like he walked right out of a portrait of some dashing hero from history. And to think, I thought he'd be hard to spot. Instead, I can't imagine noticing anyone else before him. He's too small and far off for me to see his expression, but I can tell he's seen me when he turns his face toward me and curtly nods. Thoughts on short kings? I'm surprisingly okay with it. Tall girls get a bad reputation, saying we won't date short people, but I've dated a guy who was 6 inches shorter than me. He gestures for me to approach, waving his arm in a large enough arc that he can be sure I'll see it from across the room. I approach him slowly, still unsure. As I come closer, the details of his face come into focus. His features are sharp, smooth, and handsomer than I expected. His hard, clear eyes seem to stare right through me. I thought he might be intimidated by me and how big I am compared to him, but I'm the one who feels nervous. You must be Rosemary. Thank you for answering my ad. Oh, of course, and you're Prince Falkner, right? I am. Pleased to meet you. Forgive my appearance. I usually try to dress up when I meet someone new, but my time and supplies are short, so you'll have to suffer these drab travel clothes. Haha, that's okay. I think you look great. And I'm just wearing my regular armor, so... And what lovely armor it is. I look forward to traveling with you, Rosemary. Yeah, me too. We just stand there silently for a moment. It's just kind of weird to look at him, a full-grown man scaled down. This might sound rude, but it's hard to believe he's real. I don't know what I expected, but it'll take some getting used to. Why is he in the text box? Because he's so small. I don't know what I expected, but it'll take some getting used to. Not to mention the way he looks at me with those sharp, commanding eyes. I can't explain why I get so nervous when he makes eye contact with me. I'm not usually like this. I feel so dumb for getting all tongue-tied, but for the moment, I just can't think of what to say. Well then, we're not going to be standing around here all day, I hope. Do you have everything you need? I'm ready to leave as soon as you are. Oh, sorry. Yes. Yes, of course I'm ready. Haha. Very well. He clears his throat and adjusts his posture slightly, like he's psyching himself up to say something. I'll have to ride you for most of the journey. Sorry? On your shoulder, not to worry. I don't weigh enough that you'd notice. It might be a bit awkward at first, but it's really the best way to do this. That's most of the reason I hired a guide in the first place. Oh, right. That's no problem. I stick my hand out at him, palm up. Falkner looks at it, and his face falls, but only for a moment. He recovers quickly and gives me a hard smile. No, that's all right. Please, you don't. He waves his arm in a dismissive gesture. Oh, sorry. I'm not really sure what you want me to do here. You don't need to do anything. Right then. Quick. Direct and without apparent exertion, he leaps to my arm and begins to climb. I thought he was gonna fly. This gives me Ratatouille vibes. Yeah. This new PNG tuber is a little peculiar. It takes him 2 short, precise movements to arrive on my shoulder. Use Tiny Joe voice for his lines. All of a sudden, he's next to my face, and I'm staring right into his eyes, which I can see clearly for the first time. They're the same color as his hair, a rich and dark turquoise, like a gem. Just for future reference, you won't need to touch me with your hands at all. Actually, I must insist that you don't. Understood? Yes, of course. I guess that's a thing for you? Sorry, I didn't know. What, wanting to avoid being grasped about the waist by a stranger? I imagine that's a thing for everyone. I nod, but I'm not really listening. He's so close now I can really look at him. I was surprised to see such a small man, but now it's not really his height that makes me stare. He's just very handsome. He looks strong and sharp, and you can tell his clothes were made just for him because they accentuate him so well, like he was born in them. But it's not just his face or the way he dresses or even how he talks. It's the way he carries himself. By the way, I'm going to read this. We're going to do this route, but I have to say I cannot get behind a tiny man. I cannot get behind. Literally a guy rides on my shoulder. He's so hot. This is not for me. I just want to make it clear to everybody. This is absolutely not for me. Normally, Atome have like one guy who's like a killer psychopath who tries to serial murder you or whatever. And like, that's the guy for me. This tiny guy, not for me. Tiny guy, not for me. Okay, all right. He seems so comfortable and in control, even in a place where everything's too big for him. I can do 5'4". I can't do 3 inches tall, okay? What if tiny guy has magic to get big? That could be different. That could be different. He clicked his route, assuming it would be the problematic one, aka good, but instead he's just small. That's correct. I did do that. I did do that, yeah. Yeah. It's worse to be short than to commit murder in the mouse's eyes. That's correct. That's correct, Dawn. Thank you. I thought that was a Dolmec post until I looked at your name. There's something magnetic about a person like that. I have a hard time taking my eyes off of him. Honestly, I don't usually get all flustered like this. Maybe it's just because he's so close and it's making me feel weird. Girl, he is 3 inches tall. Of course, it's not polite to stare, a very smart thing to do, which is, I find out firsthand because while I'm staring transfixed at Falkner, I managed to walk right into the door. Ow! There, now are you finished? Gosh, that hurt. Huh? Finished with what? Staring at me. If you're through, I'd like to press on. I'm not gonna get any taller if that's what you're wondering. There you go, chat. Oh no, that wasn't, I mean... Tell him the real reason I was staring. It's not because of that. I guess I'd heard you were good looking, but I had no idea. I'm not used to seeing guys who are so, you know, hot. I mean, back home, some of the guys around town were cute, but not I'm gonna stop talking now. Oh, well, thank you very much. I do try to make myself decent, so it's nice to know my efforts aren't wasted. But as I'm not gonna get any taller, I'm not gonna get any handsomer either. There's no beating perfection. Just a little joke. Please, onward. Right, of course. Sorry about that, by the way. Sometimes I say stuff without really thinking about it. Don't let it bother you. Actually, I'm glad you're not too formal. It's a nice change. So used to being surrounded by stuffy upper-class types who think a prodigious vocabulary is indistinguishable from meaningful discourse. Ha! I'm trying not to stare anymore, but out of the corner of my eye, is he blushing a little? I wouldn't have thought a guy like him was even capable of blushing. Maybe he's not as confident as he seems. Well, I guess I don't know him that well enough to judge yet. This trip is going to be interesting either way. Have you had enough exposure therapy that the Tirune sound doesn't bother you guys anymore? Or are we still in the being bothered zone? Why is he still in the text box? Because he's so small! I do my best to push those. I like his whimsy, but sadly he's so small. I know! I do my best to push those thoughts out of my mind and head out on the snowy trail, leaving the tavern behind us. I can't feel him riding on my shoulder, but I'm very aware of his— Look how small he is! I'm very aware of his presence. It's gonna take some getting used to, but it's probably weird for him too. I'll do my best to be polite and hopefully not make a fool of myself anymore. As soon as we make it to the foot of the mountain, a blast of furious cold hits us all at once. The wind whips my hair back and I squeeze my eyes shut as tiny shards of ice sting my face. Whoa, Mount Needle sure knows how to say hello. Falkner stays quiet, but I can feel a faint tug on my hair. I realize he's holding on to steady himself. His deft hands tangled in my hair. I'm glad my face is already red from the cold. It's not working for me. It's not working. We had me with the dragon guy. We're losing me with the palm of the hand, motherfucker. All right, 5'11" versus 6 inches. It's cute. Not for me. Not for me. Okay, listen. I'm seriously not trying to be rude or anything, but are you gonna be okay there with like the wind and everything? Yes, it's all right. If it were necessary, I could make this trip by myself. I've made plenty of similar excursions in the past, and they never gave me much trouble. The sad fact of it is, however, that going solo would take much longer. The snow alone might add a full week to the journey. And in this case, time of the essence. Oh yeah? What's the big hurry? You have a fancy party in Starlight City to get to? Actually, yes. I'm getting married. Whoa! Plot twist? Married? He's getting married? I know it's silly, but I feel oddly deflated. Well, that certainly is... When the Ghost guy was in dragon form, this is how he looked to you? Okay. No, I was... how you looked to him. Oh yeah, that's true. Oh god. Well, that certainly is very, very important. You can't be late for your own wedding. That's one of the main things about getting married, I assume. Yes, I think you're right. We'd better make haste. There's something hard in his eyes as he says that, though, or am I just imagining it? Either way, I'm sure it's none of my business. Once the prince is secure on my shoulder, I start walking. So, what's the Fey Kingdom like? Didn't your people, like, invent the airship and stuff? How come you didn't take one of those to Starlight? We've invented a great many things. An airship is indeed what carried me to the tavern. Yeah, it is an arranged marriage angst, probably. No, we looked like a prime red. God damn it, Mega Geeko! An airship is indeed what carried me to the tavern, but our ships aren't made for flying in harsh weather. The tavern was as far as they would bring me. After that, I had to arrange an alternative mode of transport. I kind of resent being reduced to a mode of transport. But it's alright. As I've said, I've done my fair share of hard travel in my life. This shouldn't be much different, even if I must partially rely on you. Yeah, partially. Hey, I'm not that bad. Am I? Oh no, of course not. It's just... try to understand. I look at you and it's hard to imagine how such huge, thick legs and feet aren't just constantly tripping over themselves. Brother! Wow, he just came out and said that, didn't he? I like to think I have a pretty thick skin. If someone doesn't like how I look, they can just go ahead and keep being wrong. But with him, I feel like I just can't let it go. That's totally ridiculous. When have you ever seen me trip over a thing? I suppose that's fair. You were rather steady on your feet. It's just that navigating a dangerous stretch of land, such as Mount Needle, it requires delicacy, finesse, a certain precise quality of movement which a person of your size simply cannot have. Your legs are like massive pillars, well suited to hold a slab of rock off the ground, but I wouldn't ask them to dance. Oh, like you're such a good dancer. Well, I'm not the best of the best, but I am classically trained. Oh, I don't care. What do you know anyway? I'm delicate, I'm precise, I'm graceful as anything. Oh yes, of course. So much so that you walked into a door within 5 minutes of meeting me. I told you, that was just because... Oh, never mind. Besides, that can happen to anyone. Who among us hasn't walked into a door? I have never once walked into a single thing that I did not intend to walk into. That's the first thing they teach you at the academy. His mention of an academy stirs something in my memory. Yes, that's right. Some of the scholars I used to work for mentioned some big famous school in the Fey Kingdom. Oh, you mean the Lafada Academy, right? You went there? I've heard it's very prestigious. If this guy's mean to you, just pick him up and chuck him as far as possible. Like, it's so easy. You just flick him off your shoulder like a bug, man. Like, okay, you don't get paid, but whatever. Got lost in the snow. Rip. Like, can we eat him not in a romantic way, chat? Yeah, put him in the blender. I've heard it's very prestigious, or more accurately, snobby, but I'm not going to say that out loud. I'm guilty as charged. I'm impressed that you've heard of it. Oh, why? Because you think I'm too big and dumb to know what a school is? I never went to any fancy academy. I probably couldn't even get into yours. I'm trying to keep the resentment out of my tone without much success. Yeah, he really has worst boy vibes. Absolutely. Absolutely. Oh, sorry, I right-clicked. Don't be silly. Of course you couldn't get into Lafada. Oh, yeah? And why not? You'd never fit through the front door. You right now and Mouse from 15 minutes ago are two different people. I know, I was so into Dragon Boy. Ha, you got me. Yes, I've had that one in my pocket for a while. I take a small break from walking and lean against a tree. My thing is, like, okay, I get that people could enjoy a love interest that's mean to them. Whose fucking fantasy is a tiny little guy who's mean to you, though? Okay, I've met at least one person. I've met at least one person who that applies to. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. There's an audience. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Why would you want to be bullied by a guy that's 1 grape tall? 1 grape tall fucking killed me. Hold on. Alright, okay. Alright. They did surgery on a Falkner. Oh, fuck me. Does he like crawl in? Asks Spaghetto. Okay, alright. Okay, I'll tell one story, okay? I'll tell one story that this is reminding me of, and it has to do with Final Fantasy XIV. I'm not gonna say anything not safe for work. This has to do with Final Fantasy XIV, okay? So there's a place in Final Fantasy XIV called the Quicksands, and it's where people go to find questionable types of roleplay, okay? Like, that's you go, it's well known for it, right? and I like to go there and people watch, and you'll get cold DM'd sometimes questions, and this guy messages me, and he was like, and I've just to be clear, I've had like good roleplay from there. It's not this way anymore, but you used to be able to like get quality roleplay of all kinds in the quicksands, like but it's been invaded by whatever. Anyway, so I was just standing around, and this guy messaged me, and he seems really nice, and he was super nice, he was super like good at typing, and I was like, so what did you need? Did you want to roleplay or something? And he was like, the things I like to roleplay are like a little bit weird, and I don't really like to push them on people. I was really just talking to you, and I was like, listen, I'm used to weird, like throw it out, just toss it at me, go ahead. VOD watchers, place your headphones on. And he was like, well, do you know the story of like the cobbler with like the elves in the shoes? And I was like, yeah. And he was like, I really want to roleplay my character being a little guy with that your character can like put in her pocket and carry around. And I was like, yeah, my tastes are unconventional, except, and I was like, good for him. I was like, I'm telling this story not because I've met a person like this, but I want to stress, I'm not trying to like laugh at him. I'm just saying that this VN is for someone, because he was super nice and super polite, and I was like, that's not really my thing, you know. And then he was like, oh yeah, you know, like, and I was like, what is like the appeal? And he's like, I don't know, like she could like put him in her pocket and carry her around on her adventures and stuff. Like it wasn't even like a sexual thing necessarily. He was like, she could, I could imagine her like bringing him along whenever she's out in the world, like having adventures and stuff. In the furry community, that's called micro. There you go. Yeah. I can understand wanting to be the little guy. I can't understand wanting the little guy. Okay, fair enough. And then he said, and maybe he'll accidentally fall into her food. And that's where I said, okay, I can't follow you anymore. I can't follow you down this route. But thank you for the conversation. This is very common for people with rodent personas, unfortunately for you. Okay, yeah, that does. Of all the stories I thought you'd tell on stream, Shoe Guy is not the one I thought would make it here. Allison, it's so fucking relevant right now. I used to follow a bunch of giant tiny creators on Tumblr. They did plenty of safer work comics that were cute, never really my thing, but good art. Yeah, I mean, it's like there's an audience for this, right? It's not me. I'm not the audience for this, but there's an audience for this. I don't want to kink shame. I don't want to tell anybody like they're messed up and weird for wanting something. This is absolutely something that's not for me. The only person I've ever personally talked to who it was for was very nice and respectful of boundaries about it, okay? I just thought it would be funny to say I did meet someone. This guy's probably about the height that I normally draw mouse. Do I draw mouse as Falkner now? No! How funny would a first-time chatter be right now? Okay, we're I take a small break from walking and lean against a tree. It's good to know he has a sense of humor, but I'm still not sure how I feel about how he talks to me. I steal a glance at him, and from the look on his face, he seems to have some idea of what I'm thinking. Rosemary, I do apologize if I've been rude. You may not believe this, but I don't take any pleasure in being so venomous. Okay, just one more thing. Can I say one more thing about that guy, though? The one more thing about that guy was at the end of the conversation, he was like, are you okay with me imagining that your character carries the little guy around in her pocket? And I was like, you know what, fine, sure. And for like a couple of months after that, every time we ran into each other, like if we were both in the same place at the same time, he would be like, is she having fun on all of her adventures? And I would be like, yeah, she's having fun with her little guy in her pocket on all of her adventures. And it seemed to make him happy. And you know what, good for him. There's no way that guy is watching the stream, but if you are, Mouse the Wholesome Direct people emailed me. They no longer want you, but Shoe Guy is in. This is called micro. It's very funny. He's doing microaggressions nonstop. Oh, +2. This is a microaggression. No, it was very sweet. It was very sweet. It was like strangely wholesome for what it was, right? Like it was just like such a funny random encounter, I guess. Sorry. I feel like people, if anybody's watching the VOD who's like into this, they'll feel called out or ashamed, but I don't mean to do that. It was just a whimsical encounter, and that's why we're putting this little fairy loser into the microwave. Can we hook up Falkner with Two Fit? Maybe he could fix her. Rosemary, I do apologize if I've been rude. You may not believe this, but I don't take any pleasure in being so venomous. I've been feeling anxious lately. Not that it's any excuse. You're helping me, and I should be more appreciative. Apology accepted. I hope I wasn't rude either. No, you've been very accommodating to me so far. I could hardly ask for more out of a companion. Thank you, Rosemary. You're welcome. I'm just trying to do my job, you know? Of course you are, and you're doing it well. I should certainly be more respectful and try not to pick at you. It's uncouth. It's just that, well, you must understand that from my perspective you're rather large, so it doesn't always occur to me not to mention it. I don't mind you mentioning it, but you shouldn't make assumptions either. You wouldn't like it if I called you small all the time, would you? He smiles, but his eyes narrow. I can tell how much he hates it. Jigsaw setting up a rat maze for this tiny fella. She would make him worse. They would make each other worse. They would be so toxic together. All right, is this the first? No, it wouldn't be the first fan fiction for the stream, but it could be the second fan fiction for the stream. You do know that when I envision the shoe guy, I see Falkner, and when I look at Falkner, I envision the shoe guy. Yes, yeah, fair enough. As a reasonable person, I can understand why you might see me that way. You're not writing this one, Orentius? Okay. But the fact is, I'm not small. I happen to be the ideal height for what I am. A perfect specimen of a fey gentleman, some would say. Well, I'm the perfect specimen of a Rosemary, then. He smiles at me again. This time, I can tell it's genuine. I can certainly believe that. Point taken. So, I guess you're probably not used to people my size, huh? On the contrary, I deal with your kind often. I travel regularly on behalf of my kingdom. If a man truly loves his home, his duty is to leave it, so he should know its worth all the more by comparison. Taking that to heart, I've visited every major city in the land. I'm not content to be some pampered prince sitting at home, giving nothing back to the people who gave me everything. Though I do admit I've been handed many things on a silver platter. Enrollment at Lafada Academy, to name just one, a school which many of those less fortunate than I would have given anything to attend. I never forgot that fact. I always worked as hard as I could and excelled at all my studies. My skills are hard-earned, not simply the result of my impeccable breeding. I wanted to take full advantage of what I was given, and so, once I finished my education, I put those gifts to work in the service of my kingdom. I travel, meet diplomats, research, and engage in politics firsthand. I even served in our volunteer army for a time. It's okay, Falkner. I believe you work hard. You don't have to keep trying to convince me. Oh, pardon me. Was I rambling? I'll continue to work hard as long as I live. That's why I'm here now, on this mountain, this journey, with you. But you're crossing this mountain so you can get married, right? That's not exactly hard work. It's a blessing. That's what my folks say about marriage anyway. They've been married for like forever, so they're all corny about that stuff. Flawless D20 check. Thank you. Thank you. I'm sure they're right. But, Rosemary, may I be honest with you in a way that may tarnish your spotless impression of me? Of course, Falkner. The truth is, my feelings about this marriage are mixed, to say the least. I mean, don't mistake me, I do feel excited, but then when I think about it for too long, I start to feel somewhat ill. But perhaps it's natural to be nervous. I suppose it goes without saying, but I've never done this before. Wow, really? You've never been with someone before? My dear, I most certainly have, but that's neither here nor there. I've never been married. I'm not sure I know how to be a husband. There wasn't a class at Lafada Academy for that particular discipline. Let's think about this. Are you at least marrying for love? Yes, I believe I am. It took him a moment to answer. Did he have to really think about it? And there's that hard look in his eyes again. And why should I feel sad talking about this? I barely know him, but I feel it all the same. Well, if you're sure, I know it'll work out. If you're sure you have the right reasons, that's like a solid foundation, and everything else will build on top of that. Whoa. Chinchilla fight? Whoa. Hold on, I'm gonna give them some sticks. Pacifying sticks. Sticks of pacifism. You like a stick of pacifism? Would you like a stick of pacifism? What are you mad about? Okay, alright. Okay, oh wow, we've got the whole menagerie now. So what happens is Casey hears me talk to the chinchillas in like a baby voice, and then he immediately comes in. Yep, he immediately comes in and gets upset. Yep, come on. okay. I love you too. It's okay. All right, there we go. There we go. Okay. Oh. Can we have a bet for who wins? We're not doing chinchilla fight betting on this channel. That seems like something Twitch could ban you for, actually. Distant cat, yeah. Tiny Casey. You may be right. You are singularly wise, Rosemary. No way, I just pick up stuff here and there. Do you really think so? Well, of course. How could I not? How about you? There must be someone special in your life. Oh, no. I've never had anything like that, actually. Ever since I left home, I've been trying to become a knight. It's busy work, and I don't stay in one place for long. So I don't have a lot of opportunities to, like, meet people. But that's just fine. It'll happen when it happens. I'm pretty happy with my life. Maybe some things could be better, but mostly I'm good. Well, that's all one can ask for, isn't it? Any more and you're just being greedy. Falkner, you seem kind of, I don't know, sad or something. You are happy to be getting married, aren't you? Of course I am. Who wouldn't be? Thank you for your concern, but please, put it out of your mind. It's none of my business how he feels, right? Alright. Hammering the friend zone option on this tiny man. Yeah, we're doing exactly one ending for this guy. Alright, since we're kind of transitioning screens here, let's take a break. We're 2 hours into stream. Let's take a break. This is cute. I'm enjoying it so far. I will be right back. I'm gonna make some tea because you can hear my voice going, so I'll be right back in about 10 minutes. See you soon. I really should have prepared the fanfare to play there when I said be right back, but I didn't do that. That was an oversight. Alright, we're back. We're back. We're back. Is the game back? Does it show up? Are we screwed? Here it is. Alright, here we go. Okay. Welcome back. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Alright. Back to Falkner. We're both I can't crash out about Falkner's route too much longer because I want to get through as much of this as possible. The music knocked me out. See you in Vodlands. See you, Pichetto. Nice to have you here for a little while. We're both happy to move on, so we keep walking. Or I do, at least. Falkner keeps riding. So far, Mount Needle hasn't lived up to its dangerous reputation, but I know anything could happen out here. I do my best to keep my guard up, and eventually we come to a path that splits. Okay, I've studied the trails. I'm pretty sure we should follow this lower path. It's the long way around, but it'll be much safer. Nonsense. If the higher route is faster, that's the one we should take. But we'd be much more likely to run into more dangerous creatures. Also, it'll get much colder out there. I mean, it's cold now, but it could be way worse. I don't want to argue about this. Don't you remember what I told you? Time is of the essence. Sure, but if we get attacked, or if the weather acts up, it'll end up slowing us down more, won't it? Listen, it's my job to keep you safe, so... Ha! Not likely. You're here to be... well, for lack of a better term, my steed. Fuck off, bro. I'm responsible for you, so I'll be the one keeping you safe. Having said that, we shall do as I say. What? If you even, like, take one step into the snow, you'll be in up to your head, and if it keeps on snowing, you'd never get out. Rosemary, what's the matter with you? Can we throw him? Can we step on him? I would love either of those things right now. Rosemary, what's the matter with you? What do you mean? I'm just stating the obvious. How could you possibly protect us? Forget it. Rosemary, I suggest you keep that gigantic mouth of yours shut. Bro. Whoa. Wow, 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 wow. What's that gigantic thing about? You think you're better than me because of my size or something? Not because of your size, no. I'm sure you'd be just as clumsy and dim-witted at half my height. Hey, I told you I don't like when you talk to me like that. That's too bad. Have you forgotten I'm the prince here? I can say what I like. You'll obey my command, and that's final. As I've said, should we come to any trouble, I will protect you. No, you won't. I'll protect you. I've had enough of this. We're taking the high path, and that's final. Onward. How goes it, Clarissa Mouse? This is crazy. This route is crazy, actually. He's not hot enough to pull this off. I know. Like, if he were tall, what's this pull? This guy? Slay. Oh my god. 0% lay. Okay. He gives a sharp tug on my hair, which hurts a lot more than I expected. Ow! Hey, that is not okay. But we end up doing what he wants anyway. How is it possible that I'm getting bossed around by someone I could literally step on? Good question! Step on him! I guess he's right. This is what he hired me for. There's nothing much I can do. I trudge on, feeling a little resentful, just when I thought we were getting along better. The trail is steady. There's snow and wind, but it hasn't gotten too harsh. Maybe this will be okay after all. Although it's a little hard to pay much attention to my surroundings. The first time we argued, we got over it pretty quickly. This time, though, when we're not sulking, we're snapping at each other. You see? Your worries were for nothing. I knew this path would be better. Next time, it would do you well to listen. Bro. All right already. Gosh, you're loud for a little guy. Ah, how surprising. Another comment about my height. Have you no imagination? You know, I wouldn't be surprised if your brain were smaller than mine, despite the size of your head. Where's my favorite fly swatter? Right? Lay a book on top of it. Well, is that what you're so mad about? Look, I didn't mean little in a bad way. I only meant... But I don't get to tell him what I meant. I'm interrupted by a chilling sound that cuts through the air. Ah, woo! Not to change the subject, but now I'm kind of worried about whatever that was. Behind you! Slowly, I turn around. Two piercing eyes stare right at me. A wolf! No, wolves! There are 2 wolves with us. A whole pack of them, fierce, fangs bared, their guttural growls rising in chorus. We're surrounded. We should try to talk to them first, right? See? What did I tell you about the high road? Now we gotta deal with a wolf attack. Perhaps you weren't entirely wrong, but not to worry. This sort of thing is well within my wheelhouse. No. I'm handling this. You got us into this mess. I'll get us out. We shouldn't waste any more time bickering. The pack is closing in on us, and they look mean. Wait to see what they do. I decided to wait to see what they do, but while I have my eye on the largest one, another wolf attacks. Before I can register what's happening, it's on my legs. I kick it away and almost topple over. 2 more wolves leap atop me, scrabbling for a weak spot in my armor. Throw Falkner to them as a distraction option? Oh shit, you're right. I can take them, I know I can, but there's just so many, more than I thought. I grab for my sword and manage to knock them away, but as I get my bearings, I realize for the first time that Falkner is no longer on my shoulder. Falkner? Falkner? In the second it takes for me to cry out, the wolves are on top of me again. I need to get to Prince Falkner before the wolves do, but I can hardly get them away from me. The largest wolf, fangs bared, lunges for my throat. I've got to think of something fast. Grrr. The large wolf stops short and crumples into the snow. There's a small spurt of blood at its shaggy neck. What the? I catch a glimpse of a small shape darting through the air. Do you think he's using a hairpin? Another flash and another wolf falls down dead. The rest of the pack are glancing around, panicked, searching out their invisible attacker. The tiny shape lands on a boulder, and I finally see it for what it is. Prince Falkner! There's a bloodied spear in his hand, glittering like glass in the snowy sunlight. From here, I can see his face. He doesn't seem scared or even very excited. He has an expression of measured calm, of certainty, that of a man who is doing a job and he knows how to do it well. He leaps again. It's amazing, impossible how high and fast he can jump, and another wolf falls, pierced through the throat and killed instantly. By now, the rest of the pack have caught on. They dash off and disappear into the mountain. Falkner, that was amazing. With one last, graceful leap, Falkner returns to his place on my shoulder. I know someone named Falkner. I was going to send him a screenshot at the beginning, but I wouldn't do that to him now. But he's awesome. He's got a spear. He wipes his brow, exhales, and gives me a conspiratorial wink. Bit of a shame to have to slaughter them like that. Poor things are only doing what nature intended. Still, if nature is red in tooth and claw, then there are times we must strive to match it. How do you jump around like that? You must be so strong. Like, really strong. He's like an ant. He can carry 90 times his body weight. It just comes from combat training and experience, nothing more. Still, I'm not one to reject a compliment, thank you. Although I can't help but notice that you didn't do much. Hey, I was caught off guard. If you've given me a chance, I would have... We're interrupted by a low, vicious growl. Out of the corner of my... Not again! Out of the corner of my eye, I see a lithe and muscular shape slink toward us. A snow leopard poised to strike. Really? Leopard right after the wolves? Maybe that's the real reason the wolves ran away. Before I can blink, it lashes out, unleashing its deadly claws. Falkner notices only too late. Oh dear. Fortunately, I'm ready to move. I twist my body, jerking my shoulder away so that Falkner is just out of reach of those claws. Leopards are much more dangerous than wolves. I'm gonna have to finish this quickly. The leopard pounces and I duck at just the right moment. I grab my sword and in one fluid motion I slide my blade into the beast's chest, right through its heart. The leopard doesn't have time to cry out in pain. It gasps, voiceless, and dies. Well then. Once I'm sure the leopard is done for, I retrieve my sword and wipe the blood off in the snow. Rosemary, I have to admit, that was some very nice footwork. If you hadn't moved at precisely the right moment, I would have been killed. You're not nearly as clumsy as you look. Oh, high praise. Really, though, I mean it. You were amazing. Thanks, Falkner. I'm sorry I doubted you when you said you could protect me. You're obviously an amazing fighter. Well, it's clear to me now that the same goes for you. Once again, I find myself staring at Falkner a little too long. This time, though, he stares right back. That spear of yours is pretty cool. Is it made of glass? Oh, it's a type of clear diamond, actually. A special product of the Fate Kingdom. We found many uses for it. Would you like to see it? I have to say, okay, genuine critique that isn't just me not being into a little guy. I feel like if you make someone a fae, specifically, they should be able to do way cooler things than just be small. Like the reason that one of the reasons that I thought that this route would be more interesting than it is because Fae magic is like tricksters and like illusions, like stuff like that, you know what I mean? Like so that is why I thought it was going to be something else mostly, and that is why I am disappointed that it's just he's a little guy, you know? Maybe he's actually normal size. It could be illusion magic. He's the worst kind of asshole. Competent. Also 3 inches high. Spoiled by the mouse cord, VN. That's right. That's right. I take it gingerly. Even though it's like a toy spear in my hands, it's surprisingly heavy. Wow, it feels hefty. Even to me, it must be hard to carry. No more than your sword is for you, I'm sure. That thing is almost as big around as you are. Yeah, I guess you're right. I had to train a long time before I could even lift it. There you are. If a weapon is not first a burden, then any fool could use it. You and I, Rosemary, are no fools. Anyway, the spear is another gift from my home, so I'm happy to carry it regardless of its weight. You know, my sword is kind of a special thing from my homeland, too. It's made from an alloy that northerners discovered a few hundred years ago. Really? I've never heard of that. Do explain. We spend the rest of the day walking on and chatting excitedly about swords and weapons. Although it's cold and harsh out here on the trail, I hardly notice it. Falkner isn't exactly shy, but I've never seen him so talkative. It's not until we notice the sun is set that we realize we should stop. And anyway, for my money, a good halberd is... Oh, it's gotten dark. Should we stop and make camp for the night? Yeah, that's a good idea. I had no idea how late it was. You know, this was nice. It really was. I haven't had good shop talk like that since my academy days. Ha! And I've never really talked to anyone like that. Ever. I've never known anyone who was interested in swords and stuff. Not in the same way I was. I guess I didn't realize how lonely it was until now. Yes, I know what you mean. It doesn't take long to make camp in a nearby cave. We settle in and rest by the firelight. Tricking you into thinking he's 3 inches tall when he's actually a normal tall guy would be trickster Fae Prince behavior. I can get behind this scope. Okay, here's hoping. Fingers crossed. I'd say the journey is going pretty well so far, give or take a wolf attack or two. Ha, I quite agree. You know, you've been working hard all day, carrying me, slaying beasts. Why don't you sit back and let me make you some dinner? Sure, that sounds good, but I only brought rations like dried meat and stuff. I don't know what you could make from that. Rosemary, 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 do you take me for some ill-prepared dullard wandering around without the makings for fine cuisine always at hand? Are you saying you've been carrying around the ingredients for a fancy dinner this whole time? How many routes y'all done so far? Just dragging in this one. Always. Here, sit back, my dear. Allow me to take you on a culinary journey. I'm not picky, but sure, whatever you say. Falkner immediately gets to work. He's gonna make like a thimble full of food. Ratatouille? Yeah, 1 dewdrop of soup. From his pack he pulls some small strips of what looks like some kind of smoked fish, a clove of garlic that he has to grab with both arms, and some other ingredients in small jars that have been diced into incredibly fine powder. He uses his spear to cut up the garlic, and I realize that preparing ingredients must be really hard work for Fae people like him. Still, the work goes quickly, and from how confident and at ease he is, it seems like he enjoys cooking and does it often. I guess this is why I never quite think of Falkner as pompous. It's not a facade he's putting on. He's got the skill to back up his attitude. Soon he presents me with a small tray of food. Even though it's tiny, it looks delicious. Smoked Fae minnow with ginger and garlic. It's a staple in the palace. You'll love it. Although I suppose for you it's more of a sampling than a meal. I do apologize. I didn't think I'd be cooking for anyone but myself. That's okay. I'm sure it'll be delicious. Bottoms up. Without wasting a second, I grab the plate in my fingers and shove the food into my mouth. Falkner looks slightly aghast. Oh my gosh, that's so good. I can't believe you just made that. And you can make it whenever you want and eat it all the time. You're so lucky. Rosemary, you just swallowed the whole meal in one go. Oh, yeah. Sorry, was that bad manners? They really were delicious, though. And am I crazy or did I taste a hint of lemon? Oh, you noticed that? Yes, that's my personal twist on the classic dish. It complements the Fae minnow's natural, Rosemary, are you alright? It's only when he says something that I realize I've started crying. Hastily, I try to wipe my tears away. Goodness, I don't know what's wrong with me. This is so embarrassing. Sniff. I'm sorry, Falkner. Please ignore me. My cooking wasn't that bad, was it? No, that's the problem. It was really good. Too good. I haven't had a meal cooked for me since I've been home. My mother used to go fishing and fry up what she caught for us with salt and a twist of lemon. I guess tasting this, it brought up some strong memories. Falkner comes close and hops onto my pack so he's high enough to put his hand on my arm. Even though he's so small, his touch is surprisingly warm. It's very soothing. Thanks for being sweet to me. I'm sorry, I really don't cry very often. You miss your home, it's understandable. I miss mine, too. How long have you been away? A long time. I left to become a knight. I don't want to give up, not ever. This is more important to me than anything. But sometimes I just miss my family so much, and I can't help but daydream about what it would be like to just go home. I can't do that, though. Not until I can make them proud. Not until I can make myself proud. I'm just stubborn like that, I guess. You're not stubborn, you're right. You're passionate, you're determined. It's admirable. For whatever it's worth, I'm already proud of you. It takes a stout heart to make a sacrifice for something worthwhile. I'm glad you think so. You know, I think it's a good sign that your cooking made me cry. It means the taste of it went straight to my heart. You're a great chef. Falkner smiles but looks away and runs a hand through his hair. He chuckles low under his breath the way you do when you're not happy about something but have to laugh at it anyway. Falkner, is something the matter? It's just that I'm cooking for you and talking to you about your feelings, your hopes and regrets, your dreams. I suppose this must be what it's like to have a wife. Yeah, exactly like that. I could get used to it if she were like... He doesn't finish the thought, but casts me a meaningful glance. Is he saying that he wants his wife to be like me? I feel a little rush of excitement and a twinge of guilt. I bet you'll be happy to see your fiancé again once all this is over. It's Ratatouille with a love interest who acts like Donald Duck, August's favorite. Oh my god. I don't want to romance him, but he seems like quite a decent guy. I think we should have the platonic route. Actually, Rosemary, I've never met her. Huh? What do you mean? Definitely not a plot twist called within the first 5 minutes of this route. It's a purely political marriage. I decided our union would be the best course of action for my kingdom. I sent her a letter declaring my intentions a month ago and she agreed. I have no idea what kind of person she is or how I'll feel about her. All I know about her is that she's fey like myself and wealthy. Other than that, my bride is a stranger to me. Oh, I didn't know that. I feel a strange fluttering in my chest, at once dizzy and at the same time light and free. So you're not really... I mean, you're not in love with someone else? Or anyone, I mean. No, in fact, until I reach the city, I suppose you could say I'm unattached. He doesn't have Donald Duck's... August, we live in different universes. That's interesting. My face is red again, but since we're warmed by the fire, there's no blaming it on the cold this time. You must really love your kingdom, huh? Yes, I do. My kingdom, my people, they've given me everything. Not just the academy or the royal family, the kingdom itself, my home. Our cities are so beautiful and unique. Standing amongst the buildings, you can't truly be unhappy. It elevates everything, even what's inside you. And since the other kingdoms are so big and made the world in their image, we had to make our own world by ourselves. It's all ours, only ours, and it's perfect, and I couldn't be more proud. At home, I wake up at the crack of dawn just to see our buildings bathed in sunrise. I've seen a lot of this world, and there's nothing in it more beautiful than that. It makes my heart ache that I can't share it with everyone. I would have liked to share it with you, perhaps. I could come see it, couldn't I? I suppose you could visit, but you could never... I could never see it like you do. No, you never could. Well, maybe I could see a piece of it. What do you mean? Show me something you learned there, something from the Lafata Academy, maybe. Then it's kind of like I'm seeing a little part of your kingdom, isn't it? You said you were classically trained in dance, right? I suppose I could dance for you, bro. Just invent tiny cameras. That'd go hard. I'd love to see that. What's with that mocking tone of voice? I assure you, my dance is quite beautiful. Shall I? He stands and gets into a graceful position. Wait, not like that. I can hardly see you from way down there. Do you have a better idea? I could... Oh, she's gonna pick him up. I could hold you. If you were in my hands, I could see you up close. I don't know. Yep. Never mind. I'll just lie on the floor. Oh, well, you don't have to. That is... If you don't mind. Carefully, I lie on my stomach on the ground. I'm on a blanket, so it's pretty comfortable. I think we should be allowed to eat him non-romantically. Thank you, Godot, for reminding everybody in chat that you can vote for the anniversary rewards with the form that's linked. Carefully, I lie on my stomach on the ground. I'm on a blanket, so it's pretty comfortable. I rest my head on my hands and find myself gazing level with Falkner. Forgive me, I might be out of practice. It's been years since I learned this. He stands with his arm and leg in a graceful curve. I wait patiently for him to start. He's so close, and I have an excuse to stare at him this time, so I'm going to take advantage of that. After a few moments, he still hasn't started to dance. Actually, he looks kind of troubled. Is everything okay? It's just, I feel rather foolish doing this on my own. This should be a couple's dance. I wish I could take you in my arms and really show it to you. Oh, yeah, that would be good. Anyway, I find myself distracted. Forgive me, but I can feel your warmth all around me, rather like being embraced. And your face is so close, it's hard to think about anything else. He's staring right at me now. No wonder I'm distracting him. My face must look so huge. I wonder if it's strange or sort of scary. Rosemary, you are so beautiful. Oh. He steps closer to my face. At once I feel very awake and intense, open to notice every detail and feel every touch. What about my dance? Oh, who cares about that? It's for somebody, chat. He comes closer and closer. I feel small hands on my cheeks and then my mouth. His fingertips brush my lips softly and slowly. Chomp! I can't help but shiver. I had no idea I'd be so sensitive there. Those tiny fingers are so light, and the way they touch me with such finesse, I've never felt anything like it before. And then I feel his mouth. He presses his lips all over mine, slowly and deliberately moving from one spot to the next. I feel the pleasant brush of his mustache, his teeth, gentle yet urgent. It's the strangest kiss I've ever had. It's the only kiss I've ever had, in fact. But I can't imagine wanting anything different, anything more. I'm sorry if that was untoward. I couldn't help myself. I'm glad you couldn't. I want to stay awake, but I'm so exhausted from the journey today, and I can tell Falkner's tired too. I get comfortable on the floor and pull a blanket over myself. I wait for Falkner to get his own bedding ready, but he doesn't move. Instead, he pulls gently on my fingers, wrapping them around himself. Oh boy. He wants me to hold him tonight. She could just crush him while she's asleep. She could just chew. She's gonna have a dream where she has a nightmare, and she's gonna clench her fist, and then he's just squished. I enjoy that this art is indistinguishable from a children's book. Yeah, it does look a bit like Thumbelina or something, right? Roll over, queen. Yep. I hold him to my chest so he'll be warm, and we fall asleep like that together. Everyone knows Falkners need a crib free of pillows and blankets. Exactly! Alright, we set out together early the next morning. For the first few hours, we don't say much. There's a beautiful sunrise and it's snowing, but not too heavily. Falkner rides, that's why they call it a crush, god damn it. Falkner rides in his usual place on my shoulder. I wonder if I should bring up what happened last night. It was so nice, so unexpected. I hate thinking that it has to be over so soon. I want more and more nights like that. I want to keep learning about him and being surprised by him. I want him to learn about me, too. But he's getting married. There's no way around that unless he decides... No, there's no point in thinking like that. I'll just get my hopes up. Just as I decide that it's better not to say anything, Falkner breaks the silence. Rosemary, I think I like you very much. And I hope you'll forgive me for being so direct, but do you feel the same way about me? You were a jerk at first, but I've come to like you. Haha, I admit I was a bit standoffish. I'm very glad to hear you've come around. When I meet strangers, especially those who aren't Fae, I have to become a different person in some ways. I have to be the stately, commanding prince. I have to show that I'm in control, that I know what I'm doing, instead of just being myself, whoever that is. If I went a bit overboard this time, it's because I really wanted you to respect me. Not that it's any excuse, but I just want you to know that. I can understand that. Sometimes I feel like I have to act like someone tougher than I really am, just to get through stuff. Maybe we were both trying a little too hard. That's certainly not the first time I've been accused of that. Me neither. I'm struggling with how to say this. I suppose I'll just jump right into it. I've been with many women in my life, but it's never felt like this. I feel as though a window has opened in a room that's been closed for a long time. I'm not saying I'm in love with you. That would be rather forward, considering we've only just met. But you're the first person with whom I've ever felt... I don't know how to describe it. Giddy? Hopeful? Remember when he refused to take her input on something because he said she was functioning as his horse? That's interesting. Yeah, this one feels like a lot less earned than the first one, I think. Probably because we've been making the anti-choices the whole time, but it still funnels you into this. When I fell asleep last night, the only thing I could think about was how much the prospect of another day with you excited me. You're the first person I ever wanted to fall in love with. My heart feels like a bird fluttering around in my chest. There's something so wonderfully scary about hearing someone say the very thing you hoped they would. Like you're afraid you'll wake up and find out it was just a dream. Gosh, Falkner, that's... I don't know what to say. But you must understand, I never thought I would feel this. I thought I wasn't the kind of man who would ever fall in love. And it's because I thought of myself that way that I even entertained the idea of a political marriage in the first place. If I knew I'd never marry for myself, why not marry for my kingdom? But now I just wish I'd met you first. And again, if I'd never made this journey, I wouldn't have met you at all. Damn it to hell. But if you feel differently now, I mean, I'm not saying you should leave her and marry me instead, but maybe you could slow things down and we could just spend more time together and see how things go. That would be okay, wouldn't it? He looks at me with such longing. It takes him a moment to gather his thoughts and speak. Rosemary, I can't make that choice anymore. I need to tell you something I haven't told anyone. I believe if I do, you'll understand. This isn't for me, but this route sometimes feels like the author wasn't fully comfortable or invested in what they were writing at times. Yeah, I agree with you. Like, something about it feels off, even knowing that I am not the target audience here. Yeah. Yeah, the dragon route feels a lot more natural. Rosemary, I'm pregnant. No, not the I'm pregnant. Okay. My heart starts beating faster. I don't like the sound of this. A few years ago, my father let me look at the Fae Kingdom's finances. The royal family, the entire kingdom, we're going bankrupt. We can't easily participate in global trade. How can we benefit from goods that are too gigantic for us to use? Yeah, it was odd they showed all their fighting and skipped the bonding conversation about weaponry. I agree. And we invest so much in the brilliant minds of our scholars and inventors. We build airships and factories and all manner of amazing things. But we see almost no profit because the rest of the world is just too big. Our greatest innovations are children's toys in their hands. Falkner, that's awful. You and your people deserve more than that. It's just one of many problems. For example, only Fae are able to live in our kingdom. It's too small for anyone else. For all we spend to make our city so beautiful and so advanced, we can't even benefit from tourism. I don't hate this part. I don't hate this part because it's doing like a crumb of world building of like what this would actually entail. This is like, you know, you could feed the entire kingdom with a sack of rice. That's true. Fae families keep leaving to seek their fortunes elsewhere, but there's no new immigration, no new blood, nothing to replace the ones who leave. Our people have only two options, stagnate or dwindle. We have dwindled. Slowly and gradually. Our population, our resources. This is just like what happened to the borrowers, too. In a handful of generations, we'll have nothing. Oh, wow. I had no idea. No, we don't like to share our weaknesses if we can help it. Hold on. I'm going to recommend a book. I'm always recommending books. I'm going to recommend a book. This is a book by the same author who wrote Howl's Moving Castle, who I talk about all the time incessantly because she's one of my favorite writers, like YA writers. There is a book called Power of Three by Diana Wynne Jones. And it is about a world where there are like people that are this size, and then there are people who are bigger, and then there are humans who they call giants, and all three of those people try to coexist in the world, and the humans get in the way of the other two basically, and the three people are like at war. It's really cool. The way that she does the world building in that is awesome. So yeah, a crumb of world building enough to feed Falkner. Yeah. We don't like to share our weaknesses if we can help it. Sometimes we don't even like to admit them to ourselves. But I don't get it. How could one marriage possibly fix a problem that big? It's so simple, so perfect. I thought myself a brilliant forward thinker. I think they're maybe a little bit bigger than this guy. They might be like, I think they're like child-sized, basically. So simple, so perfect. I thought myself a brilliant forward thinker for devising this scheme. Now I almost wish I never had. I'll try to explain. As you're probably aware, not all Fae people live in our kingdom. A good many families left to live in the other kingdoms with the rest of you, and many of those wayward families have thrived financially, but I believe they suffer in a different way. The Fae kingdom turns its back on them as traitors and deserters. They lose touch with their home, their culture, their history. They must struggle every day to exist in a world that was never made for them. Even when they succeed, they're always suffering, always too small. And because they are in essence exiled, they can never go home to where they belong. But these wayward Fae are still my people, I know they are. The woman I've been in contact with is the daughter of a particularly wealthy Fae family, one that has lived in exile out in the Southern Kingdom for centuries. Her family's riches alone would be enough to keep the royal family thriving for generations. I'm starting to see where this is going, but that doesn't make it any easier. Our union will not only solve the Fey Kingdom's financial problems temporarily, I believe it will also help address the problem in the long term. My bride-to-be is quite well known, even among those in the kingdom who reject outsiders. And I, of course, am the prince. We represent the two halves of the Fey. Our marriage would be seen as a symbol of unity. The Fey are one people no matter where we live or what we do. The kingdom need not turn its back on those who left and can welcome their experiences and prosperity. The wayward Fey need not lose their connection to their history, their culture, their people. In fact, we might even encourage more to venture out and make their fortune, knowing they can always return. I can bring the Fey together in a way that lasts. We need never be estranged and impoverished again. But why does it have to be you who does this? Couldn't it be someone else? Rosemary, I am the only son of the king and queen. It can only be me. And even if that weren't the case, I've known nothing but happiness and success in my life. But I know that everything I have, everything I am, my people gave to me. Which means my life is not truly mine. I owe it to them. I do marry out of love, but not for a woman I've never met. I love my kingdom, and I must save it, or else how can I stand to live? Do you understand? Of course I do. I knew you would. You care so deeply about what you love. We're the same in that regard. If you were to lose your home, or if you found out you could never be a knight, you'd never give that up for me, would you? Of course you're right. I want to be a knight more than anything. I want to do some good in this world. But in this case, it doesn't feel good to be good. I wish I could just be selfish this time, just do what I want and let everyone else worry about themselves. I wish I could too, but I can't. Neither of us can. You wouldn't think so to look at us, but we're very much alike. I guess we are. That's sort of comforting in a way. I feel his hand on my cheek, his kiss like a little drop of rain, so small and soft you're not even sure it was real. I'm gonna miss that. We keep walking a little longer. I guess there's not much to say after that. And soon, sooner than either of us expected, we can see Starlight City way off in the distance. It's so beautiful, glittering like a little pile of jewels off in the horizon. I hate it. Looks like we'll make it there by nightfall. That didn't take long. Mount Needle hasn't really lived up to its dangerous reputation, has it? It certainly hasn't. I almost wish we'd have a bear attack or something, just so we could stay a bit longer. We wait there a moment, listening to the wind, almost hoping for some feral growl to echo in the trees. Of course, nothing happens. Everything's perfectly fine. Nothing's ever there when you need it, is it? You know, starting to look real grim for secretly normal size cope. Yep. The weather is looking a little rough. Maybe we should make camp early, to be safe, of course. Yes, I think you're right. The snow could get much worse at any moment. We don't want to tempt fate, do we? The weather is absolutely fine. We're lying to ourselves and we know it. Just so we can have one more night together. Oh, it's established lore that there can be storms that come out of nowhere. Excuse me, lore master. It's established lore that you can have storms come out of nowhere. But if one night is all we're gonna get, I'll take it. It doesn't take long to set up camp in a nearby cave. In fact, the sun is still up by the time we're done. I feel a little guilty about it, knowing Falkner's bride-to-be is waiting for him, but not that guilty. We eat dinner together, me sitting with my legs folded and him perched on my thigh. It's kind of nice having you sit there. Blushing already, are you? It's quite becoming. Why are we just saying fate? Get a new bit. Get a new bit. Get a new bit that isn't echolalia. And I know damn well that you're going to type echo after that too. Get a new bit. So-called free thinkers in the chat when echo or fate is mentioned. Noxus third, that only works for hurricanes. Oh, okay. No, okay, maybe I'm blushing a little. I mean, you're touching my thigh. That's so intimate. One new bit re. Rosemary, my dear, please don't be offended by my asking, but have you been with anyone before? I remember you said you haven't been in love with anyone, but have you been, as you put it, intimate? Echo lol, yep. Welcome to chat, Sunset on a Lion. Hope you're enjoying yourself. What makes you ask that? He softly rubs his hand against my skin. Even though his hand is so small, his touch feels electric. Well, if you see this as the height of intimacy, it occurs to me that we can do much better than that. Oh boy. I blush a lot stronger when I hear him say that, which was probably his intention. But my heart also sinks a little, thinking about our situation. Maybe it's for the best that we can't keep seeing each other. Goodness, Rosemary, I didn't mean to pressure you. We don't have to do anything. Did someone say fate? VN enjoyers have no idea what Otome game players go through. That's right. That's right. I just thought since it's our last day together, of course I want to, you know, do things. Gosh, I can't believe I just said that out loud. But what can we even do? I mean, I'm so big and you're so... We just don't match up, you know? Don't be silly. Our difference in size was never the problem. Didn't I tell you, dear? I haven't been in love before, but I've been with many women. Not all of them were fae. I'm not so close-minded as that. You've been with women my size? He's been with women her size, but still made all of those comments about her being big at the beginning? Fucking L. What did he do? Neg them into bed? Many times, yes. Well, perhaps none so muscular. Gosh. But that means we get this, but not the big dragon makeouts. I know, like, what the fuck? But that means you figured out how to make it work? I mean, it was good for both of you? Listen, dear, I'm not one to kiss and tell. I do try to be a gentleman, however unsuccessful my attempts may be. Having said that, let me assure you, I have never once sent a woman away unsatisfied. There's a great number of things I could do with you. I can't really imagine. I'd be happy to demonstrate. Yes, please. Please describe this process in detail. And make the streamer read it out loud. Sometime later, we lie down together and Falkner falls asleep on my chest. I stay awake a little longer. I can't stop thinking about what we just did together. It was nothing like what I expected, and more amazing than I'd hoped. How to even describe it? I don't know where to start. Let's just say after that I'm even sadder that I won't get to be with him anymore. But I'm also happier than ever that I met him in the first place. When I do drift off to sleep, I doze peacefully. Just the full fade to black. That is until I'm woken by a small figure shaking me awake before sunrise. Rosemary, wake up. Ugh, 5 more minutes. Come on now, we don't have all day. Wake up. I open my eyes to see him standing on my chest, jutting his face into mine. All right, I'm awake. Last night was really special, by the way. Well, yeah, that goes without saying, but we need to get going now. Are you that excited to go get married? Quite the opposite. I've decided this is all so silly. I found someone I want to be with. I'm not going to throw all that away over what? My pride? Sticking to some foolish decision I made months ago? Saving your fucking whole entire species? No, nonsense. So come on. We're going back over the mountain the way we came. We've got plenty of supplies and we know that together we can handle anything this dreadful place throws at us. I know we can make it back and I'm not getting married to some stranger when I'm in love with you. Love? Oh, wow. Falkner, I think I feel the same way, but we can still go to Starlight City. You can tell them the wedding's off once you get there. There's really no point in going back the way we came. My dear, it's symbolic, for goodness sake. Don't you have any flair for the dramatic? Hee, I like when you call me dear. But of course you're right, as you usually are. Let's hurry and get going, regardless. I don't want to wait any longer to tell them I'm in love. And so we gather up our things and rush out toward the city. I can't remember ever feeling so light and giddy. Running through the snow together, watching the sun rise and turn the sun pink. He reaches to brush a snowflake off my cheek, and I tremble a little at how close he is. His body gives off so much warmth, even though he's so small. It doesn't take long before the trees thin out, the air starts to warm, and we find a road. It's the path that'll take us straight to the heart of the city. Here we are, this is it. It sure is. Staring down at that road, I feel like I can see our future unfold before us. Falkner, however, is oddly quiet. I know we shouldn't get ahead of ourselves. I mean, we've got to get to know each other first, but it would be kind of nice to live here together someday. The city is so beautiful, right? I can picture us in a little house by the park. Falkner, did you hear me? I don't know. Rosemary. I'm sorry, we can't do this. You mean living by the park? Well, I'm not married to the idea. Don't be foolish. You know that's not what I meant. His voice is so suddenly cold. It shocks me into silence for a moment. I feel like I've been slapped in the face. I'm sorry, but this can't be what you really want. You only just met me. Whatever feelings we have are just the rush of infatuation, right? Well, maybe, but isn't that how real feelings start? I want to see where it takes us. You don't have to worry, Falkner. I want this as much as you do. I love how you can tell where the break point of the bad ending is whenever there's only 2 endings. Falkner? Come on, Rosemary. I'm trying to make this easier. What? But you were saying before that you, what are you talking about? Are you really gonna make me say it out loud? In that moment, my heart sinks into my stomach. The look on his face is so empty and sad. I know that I've lost. I really can't be with you. It was so stupid of me to imagine I could, even for a moment. When I saw the city on the horizon again, I remembered the promise I made to my people. I can't break that promise. To do that would be throwing away everything I care about. But don't you care about me? I care about you. I know you do. I just can't. I can't care about you. I can't afford to care about you. I don't want to hear anymore. I almost start to cry right there, but I won't give him the satisfaction. You didn't have to jerk me around like that. You didn't have to give me hope and then yank it away again. I know. I'm a fool. You see, I got carried away in the moment and I just ended up hurting you more. That's why I have to stop being impulsive and do what's right. Honestly, though, there was no way we were ever going to do this, neither of us, unless you made two different choices. It was just a nice dream to pretend to believe in for a moment. I didn't feel that way. I thought it was real. I guess I really am just some big dumb oaf if I was stupid enough to believe that. You said you loved me. You're the first person to ever say that to me. Was it not true? I love my kingdom. That's all. Bro. Oh, Falkner. And just like that, it's over. The end. We walk down the path in cold silence. Once we're in the city, I let him kiss me softly one last time. I let him down onto the road, and we go our separate ways. Because he's so small, it doesn't take long for him to disappear into the crowd. And as soon as he does, it all hits me at once, like a weight on my chest I can't get off. I sit in the middle of the town square and cry. It isn't quite accurate to say I'll never see him again. For one thing, he'll become king and I'll see his coronation. But more importantly, in the years to come, Falkner's plan would work out exactly the way he knew it would. Is it just me, or does this seem like the good ending? I'll see his face in portraits everywhere, a symbol of hope and progress known across the land. The face of the man who united the Fae, and together with his queen, brought his people to a new age of prosperity. A stray eagle grabs him and you hear him scream as the credits go. As for me, I became a knight. I get to do all kinds of amazing things, but I'll never forget Falkner or the time we shared together. As the years go by, even the hurt I feel fades away. In the end, I'm proud of him for doing what he did. It was the right thing, after all. Our time together was just a tiny chapter in the great book of his life. Why should he have thrown everything away over someone like me? Still, I'd be lying if I said I never wished it were different. I feel an ache inside whenever I hear his name. I never again carry him on my shoulder, but I always carry his memory in my heart. Oof. I can only hope he does the same with me. He said he didn't really love me. Maybe I'm naive, but I never believed him. I don't think I'd forget my time with a human cucumber easily. B-movie did it better? Maybe. Dolmec's got something to say, but it's crass. Go ahead, Dolmec. Dragon Route is way better. Imagine being this torn up about some annoying little ant. Yeah, Dragon Route was way better. Dragon Route was way better. So imagine you find what you think are rat droppings and you come. Oh, Dolmec. Oh, Dolmec. Oh, Dolmec. Oh, no, Dolmec. Chad is having such restraint for not replying to that. Congrats, all of you. Not a single person replied to Dolmec on that one. You're all very well trained. Alright. Alright. Yeah, you physically can't. Okay, but nobody even got caught by the auto mod. All right, I'm not going to watch the other ending of that. I think if that's for you and you want to see the happy ending, you should buy the game. It's like $9. I would like to go to the next route, please. Next route. Next route. So I think we were gonna do Kuya, Beast Prince of Moonforest. Mascord didn't tie the poll on whether or not this guy gives him the ick. They did not. They didn't tie it in chat either. Beast Prince seems chill. I'm gonna guess that somehow the last voted one is gonna be the best route. I feel it in my bones. I feel it in my bones that this guy is gonna have the best route. Therefore, more than anything else, I want to go with Kuya, Beast Prince of Moonforest right now. I finished gathering my supplies and getting ready to go. By the time I arrive in the main hall of the tavern, Prince Kuya is already there. He's standing by the door, looking irritated and impatient, all cooped up and bristling to move. Oh yeah. Now we're in it. I've never met Prince Kuya, but I'm sure that must be him. How can I tell? Well, he's really, big. Okay. All right. I mean, he's a prince of Moonforest, so I knew he was going to be larger than average. I'm not that surprised, but I guess it's one thing to hear about it and another thing to see it. Can we get a medium one? The beast people of Moonforest never leave their domain, and no one else is allowed inside. It's pretty rare to actually meet one, but everyone knows the stories. Huge, wild, terrifying. Faces of men, bones of giants, hearts of wolves. When that's all you hear about a kingdom, it sticks with you. Now we're talking! Prince Kuya lives up to that fearsome reputation. As I draw closer to him, my heart flutters in my chest. I don't usually get nervous, but see, I'm pretty big myself. Even when I was a little girl, I was taller and wider than most kids my age. And not to brag or anything, but I work out a lot. This guy, though, he actually makes me feel small. As a 5 foot... Okay, I know I said earlier that I'm perfectly willing to date a short king, but it is like a special treat when someone is like 6'3", and I'm like, oh, damn, I don't have to be the one getting shit out of cupboards now. Like, it definitely... like, I relate to this line so much, okay? Like... The last love interest was too small, this love interest is too big, the next love interest will be just right. Literally, I think I said this on stream before, it drives me fucking crazy. Whenever I go to my mom's house, she'll be like, my mom is like 4 or 5 inches shorter than me, and she'll be like, I'll ask, we'll be like setting the table, and I'll be like, do you need me to get another plate? And she's like, yeah, well, it's above the stove, but it's probably too high for you to reach. And then I go and I just open, I don't even have to stand on my tiptoes. I don't even have to stand on my like, what is my mom's mental concept of my height? Like, what? Anyway. This guy, though, he actually makes me feel small. He turns his fierce gaze down on me and my mind goes blank. I blurt out the first thing I think of. Aren't you gonna be cold? What? Your armor, it's not giving you a lot of coverage, and Mount Needle can get chilly. Well, more than chilly, it's freezing, so I'm just worried you might be, that is... Excuse me? His deep, booming voice shakes the floor. Everyone in the tavern falls dead silent and looks at us. I know right away that I've messed up. I'm so sorry. I just blurted out whatever I was thinking, and I was looking at your chest, your armor, and oh, never mind. Please, just let me start again. Hello, Prince Kuya. It's an honor to meet you. My name is Rosemary, and... Rosemary. Is this your first time meeting a son of Moonforest? Yes, sir. To be honest, I hardly know a thing about you or your people or how to address you or anything. I've apologized if I've offended you, sincerely. Yeah, we're back in familiar territory. This is a normal kind of guy. Yeah. You know nothing. Truly nothing? Very well then. I shall educate you. Rosemary, you speak to a great hunter prince. These clothes were bestowed upon me as proof of my great skill and endless triumph. It makes me laugh to hear you question them. Haha, see, I'm laughing. I'd be offended if I thought you were clever enough to intend your words as insults, but you are clearly just ignorant of civilized ways. I knew you outsiders were weak and tiny, but I had no idea the extent of your inferiority. For your information, we hunter princes brave much harsher conditions than this pitiful mountain. The cold is nothing to us. Why the fuck does he need a bodyguard? This guy's eyebrows are part of his hair? The Ganondorf option. You outsiders need to be swaddled like infants when faced with a little snow, but I assure you, I am made of stronger stuff. Don't call him Gundam Tanaka. No. These clothes are sufficient, and I'll not hear another word about them. His words sting, and it's hard to ignore the people staring at us. He doesn't have any stupid fucking little quirky hamsters or what the fuck. God, I fucking hated that guy. But the first thing I said to him, the very first thing, it's crazy because everybody in Discord that I talked to about was like, do you like Gundam Tanaka? I love that guy. That guy's so cool. Fuck it. Like, that guy was in my bottom 3. That guy was in my bottom 3. I hated that fucking guy. I hated that fucking guy. But the first thing I said to him, the very first thing, was an insult to his clothing, which is obviously special to him. I should have known better. As such, I really don't have the right to argue. I'll just have to grin and bear it for now. Yes, Prince Kuya. And another thing, you do not call me by my name. Address me only as your mightiness, or don't speak to me at all. I am... Yes, your mightiness. Looks away and is silent for what feels like a long time. Have I really offended him so deeply? I can't believe it. 5 minutes into this job and I'm already blowing it. Some night I am. Sorry for yelling. Huh? Never mind. Come along, Rosemary. We have a long journey ahead of us. I'd hoped for a more formidable companion, but when in the land of lowly outsiders, even a prince must make do. Haha. You don't have to worry, I promise. I'm pretty strong. Maybe I'm not as tall as you, Prince Kuya, but... Whoops, I mean... Do not make me repeat myself. I told you to address me as your magnificence. I'm pretty sure you said I should call you your mightiness. Oh, did I? I mean, don't question me. I mean, I'm not. Both are correct. Yes, that's it. Aren't you smart enough to figure that out? I'm not one to lose my temper, but this is annoying. It's not my fault he can't keep track of his own stupid title. I decided to keep that thought to myself, though. It's something in his expression. It's funny to see Big Tough Guy as drawn by someone who doesn't draw Big Tough Guy. Yeah, he's just wide. It isn't that I'm too scared to defy him. It's more like, will I hurt his feelings if I keep arguing? I think he's embarrassed that I called him out. It's kind of adorable in an obnoxious way. Okay, that makes sense. I'll remember that, your mighty magnificence. Good, thank you. So, Rosemary, you fancy yourself strong, do you? How amusing. How glib. I don't fancy myself anything, I just... Ha! You'll think differently once you see the strength of a true hunter prince in action. Now, let us be off. What is this guy's deal? It's not like I claim to be stronger than him or anything. I don't really care which of us is stronger, at least not as much as he does. Oh well, he's paying me to take him across the mountain, and like Mother always said, any job that pays is a good one. This job, though, I have a bad feeling about it. I hope I'm not in over my head. Man! Why do we do the dragon route first? The dragon route was the best one. There's no way it's getting better than the dragon route, right? Like, that was genuinely pretty decent. Man. Wouldn't it be crazy if this guy's arrogant and prickly exterior was a mask belying his passionate and loving true self? I'm ruined by Otome. Like, I need this guy to be like 20 times more evil and like, you know, like, damn it, started with dessert. Shit. Hey, I missed the dragon route. Can you redo it? I'm sorry. After an hour of walking, we've made good progress up the mountain. The sky is clouded over, though, and the snow is already falling fast. The weather might clear up as the day goes on, but it's more likely that things will only get worse from here. Also, I can't help but notice that Kuya is shivering in the cold. It's taking every ounce of my willpower not to comment. Do you think we should make camp early? I'm worried about the snow. Snow like this? Ha! It's nothing. Less than nothing. I am the great hunter prince, Kuya! Do you know, outsider, that I once destroyed an entire forest with nothing but my bare teeth and claws? That way, our enemy soldiers had no trees in which to hide. Such is the raw and brutal power we hunters possess. He needs to be doing a double fake, the obvious fake gruff exterior hiding the fluffy loving side, which in turn hides the scheme evil side. If this guy doesn't serial kill us, I'm gonna be upset. You're like people who only listen to avant-garde music after 30 years of crate digging, except for romance. Also kind of like that for music. Oh well. I don't see what that has to do with anything, but there's no point in asking. He's just gonna keep on talking. That's why I'm going to Starlight City. I must represent Moonforest in our yearly council with the outsider kings and queens. I have 5 older siblings, and usually my elder siblings represent our kingdom, but this year I was chosen. They may be older than I am, but only I am a great hunter prince. I have actually heard stories about the great hunters of Moonforest, although I don't remember any details. Hearing about them might be interesting, much as I hate to admit it. Not just anyone can become a hunter, you know. We are specially chosen to join the great hunt. Only the bravest and strongest can handle it. My elder siblings weren't worthy, but I succeeded where they failed. The great hunts are sacred. Every year in the season of dusk, we ride through the forest for 13 nights. Hunters don't stop to sleep, eat, or even to rest. We focus on our quarry. For 13 days you don't sleep? You're gonna be fucking delusional. We return only when we have subdued the rarest and most elusive prey, like the silver stag or the winged wolf or other alliterative animals. Riding home with their pelts around our shoulders, we are treated like kings. The loopy leopard. No, better than kings. With great feasts of golden apples and wine ever pouring, we hunters are not only the guardians of Moonforest, we are also its glory and its pride. That sounds great, your magnificence. It is the highest honor, more wonderful and wild than your puny mind could imagine. Ha! I bet you wouldn't last an hour into the first evening of a great hunt. I'm surprised you were even made a knight, although you might be considered strong by pitiful outsider standards. Actually, I'm not really a knight. I mean, like, not officially. Ha 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 ha! I should have guessed. Look at you with your fluffy little mane, no claws, no fangs. The ornery Oriole? The cheerful chinchilla? The squeamish squirrel? Pathetic! Ha ha ha! Okay, first of all, achoo! That was a sneeze, wasn't it? I knew it. I knew you were gonna catch cold in that outfit. What? No, that was a battle cry. Great hunters don't sneeze. This has shadow guy from Date Everything vibes. What you? Whatever you say, your majesty, your magnificence. I grab my pack and pull out a small piece of bread wrapped in leaves. Here, eat this. Why? Is this some kind of trick? No, silly, it's a snack. If you eat more, your body will have more energy to keep itself warm. I know it's not much, but it might help. Though he still looks a bit suspicious, Kuya takes the bread from me and gives it a tiny nibble. I hate to admit it, but it's awfully cute. This is delicious. Arentios, are you still in chat? Which route do you think is the best? This is delicious. Good. Does it help? Do you feel warmer? Well, I wasn't actually cold, remember? Ganondorf loves a snack. Yep. But maybe a little. XX Killer Kuya 420XX. It was Dragon? Ah, shit. Glad to hear it. Why are you being so nice to me? I'm not sure. You don't really deserve it because it's the right thing to do. Why wouldn't I want to help you? It's kind of my job, and that's what knights are supposed to do, right? Help people in need? I wouldn't be very heroic otherwise. Well, of course we great hunters are very heroic too, so thank you, Rosemary. This delicious tiny bread snack was worthy of a mighty warrior. It was like when I did Hanzo first in Nightshade. Fucking rip. Wow, that's not a compliment I ever expected to hear, but you're very welcome. It's almost a nice moment. Unfortunately, it doesn't last. As soon as we start walking, he starts going on about his adventures again. It feels like he's been talking non-stop for hours. This VOD is gonna have 5 views because I keep doing that. I know Mount Needle was like just 1% watch through rate. I know Mount Needle was bad, but I didn't think the journey would be this very painful. And so, everyone thought I was done for, but really, I was only playing dead to fool the dire bear. If you ever get too annoyed at the current guy, just close your eyes, think back to the first route, and imagine dragons. Thank you, Rodney. At the very last moment, I roared back to life and sliced the bear's head off with just one of my claws. Everyone cheered and clapped and thanked me for saving the village. But really, I don't do it for thanks. I do it because it is my honor as a son of Moonforest and a hunter prince. He grins at me, trying to gauge how much I enjoyed the story. I smile back at him, hoping it looks sincere. He should be furrier. Rare agreement from me, actually. Now that I think about it, this might be a chance to connect with him. I have plenty of stories like that from my own travels. Maybe if we become better friends, he'll be more fun to talk to. You know, I came across a dire bear on my travels, too. It sounds like mine wasn't as big as yours, but it was pretty hefty. It had been wandering around the edge of the town, and it was scaring this one guy's ghost, so he hired me to— Rosemary, please. Does this story have a point? Okay, good bit. I just thought you might want to hear about some of my stories, too. Do you really think that your little errands can compare with the tales of a great prince of Moonforest? Well, it's true that the goat story wasn't that exciting. It's a you had to be there thing. But I swear, if I have to hear the words Great Prince of Moonforest one more time, I'm gonna explode. No job is worth putting up with this. Okay, calm down, Rosemary, calm down. Let's just forget about it. Do you want to take a break soon? There's a river nearby, so we can get some water and rest a bit before moving on. Ha! I could keep walking for hours, easily. But if you're tired, I suppose I could— Ah! What's that? Huh? What's going on? Did you see a monster? I've got my sword. I'm ready to fight if— No, look, my cloak. It's got a huge stain on it. And look, one of my shoulder spikes got dented. When did that happen? We've only been walking a few hours. I like that he's a literal child. He is a baby. Huh? Jeez, from the way you screamed, I thought we were in danger. I did not scream. I bellowed a mighty roar of fury. Look at this mess. I guess, but that tends to happen when you're hiking up a deadly mountain. Hasn't your cloak gotten ripped or stained on your hunts before? Well, obviously. Yes, of course, but it's only gotten stained with the blood of deadly beasts. This is mud, a totally different thing. You said there was a river nearby, yes? Let's stop here so I can wash it. Hurry! Whatever you say, your mightiness. And so we stop for a rest. There's a small cave nearby that we duck into to get out of the snow. I get some food out of my pack ready to offer it to Kuya, but he's too busy worrying about his dumb cloak. Look at this, practically ruined, and I paid so much for it too. I thought you earned it from heroically slaying monsters and stuff like that. Just making sure I didn't miss a line there. Yes, exactly. I paid for it with my heroic slayings. Ugh, you outsiders are so thick-headed. Do I have to explain everything to you? I think this is salvageable. I'm going to go out to the river to see if I can clean it off. Stay right here and don't touch anything. It's a cave. Why would I be touching stuff? Kuya doesn't listen to me. He just goes storming off. Well, let him throw his tantrum, I guess. It's strange to see such a big, tough warrior guy get so upset over a little stain on his cloak and a scratch on his armor. Then again, I shouldn't be so quick to judge. I already upset him once by making light of what he's wearing. It's obviously really important to him. It's my own fault if I don't get it. I settle down, glad for a moment of silence and solitude. It's nice to catch my breath and not be yelled at for a little while. But a little while turns into a long while, and I start to get worried. Kuya's been gone for 20 minutes now. How long does it take to wash a stain out of a cloak anyway? What if something happened to him? It was stupid of me to let him go out there alone. No matter how big he is, he's still a prince, and it's still my job to protect him. Maybe he got eaten by a bear. How would I explain that to the Moonforest royal family? Sorry, I let your youngest son go out on a deadly mountain by himself for no reason at all. I tell myself to calm down and that Kuya is probably fine as I hurry out of the cave to look for him. It doesn't take me long to reach the riverside. No sign of Kuya, though. Oh no, what if something really did happen to him? Your Magnificence, are you okay? Hello? I catch sight of Kuya's cloak and armor lying neatly folded on a smooth rock beside the river's edge. So if Kuya's clothes are here, where is he? Rosemary? Oh shit, Nakey. I'm speechless. I knew Kuya was a big muscular guy, but suddenly I'm seeing his actual body and I'm overwhelmed. He's beautiful. I never thought I'd use that word to describe Kuya, but no other word would do him justice. I literally can't take my eyes off him. I want to memorize every detail so I can keep coming back to this image in my mind. After a moment, she's so horny. After a moment, though, the reality of the situation hits me all at once. Ah! Ugh! What are you doing here? Why are you looking at me? It's not like I was trying to. You're the one who took your clothes off for no reason. Why did you do that? Isn't it obvious? I washed them and then I realized I was dirty too, so I took them off to bathe in the river. Do you think he's hiding a tiny little Feyman under those hands? I think the Feyman lives in his hair. Look at it. You wanted to bathe in a freezing river completely naked on a snow-covered mountain by yourself? What's wrong with you? You'll get frostbite and die. Don't you have any common sense at all? I told you I'm a great hunter prince and I don't feel the cold. Oh, why do I bother trying to explain myself to a lowly peasant like you? I'll do what I please and... Ah! Kuya slips and my heart stops beating. He's about to fall back into the freezing water. If I don't act soon, he'll be swept away by the river, and then there won't be anything I can do to help him. Time stands still. I move without thinking, closing the distance between us as fast as I can. I throw my hands around his waist and pull him sharply away from the riverbank. The good news is I managed to drag him to safety just in time. The bad news is, in doing so, I press him against me and get a face full of Kuya's naked chest. I stay like that for a moment, stunned. His body is so smooth and firm and surprisingly warm. I guess it's not really such bad news after all. Rosemary? Huh? What? You're touching my chest. A lot. Ah, so I am. Goodness, what a situation. Let me just go ahead and stop doing that. I step away very carefully. I kind of wish I didn't have to. Wait, what am I thinking? This is Kuya, the biggest jerk in the world. But even jerks can have nice chests, right? Hairy Beastman with completely smooth chest. Who is this for? He has, like, a little bit of hair. Well, I've never been more embarrassed in my life. He's a hypoallergenic Beastman. Yeah, me too. To be honest, I'm feeling a lot more than just embarrassed, but I'd rather die than let him know that. I avert my eyes and he goes to put his clothes back on. There, see? I cleaned the stain out of the cloak and hammered the dent out of the spikes. After all that, I have no idea what to say. I know this is an awkward situation and I'd rather forget it completely. But, Rosemary, do you... What's that? I couldn't hear what you said. I said, do you think it looks okay? What, your outfit? Well, yes, I went through all the trouble to get it to look nice again. What do you think? I take a step back to get a look at him. I want to answer honestly. It'd be really satisfying to tell him he looks like an idiot, but the truth is, I'm a sucker for cool-looking armor, and I love the spikes and flowing cloak. I wonder if my armor would look good with a few spikes. But then, maybe I'm giving him too much credit because my brain is clouded by hotness. That's a thing, right? I don't want to encourage him to be a jerk, but I don't want to lie to him either. Ah! You look cool, but not nearly as cool as me. Haha, lonely outsider. Cooler than a great prince of Moonforest? You certainly think highly of yourself. Hey now, one of us almost just froze to death naked, and one of us saved the other with her incredibly quick thinking and sweet moves. Should I try to get bad endings for everybody but the dragon so that the dragon is canon? I think so. What do we think? I think so. Should I remind you which is which? I only slipped because you startled me. Yeah, well, I didn't slip, and I had a way bigger reason to be startled than just you. I told you I was trying to take a bath, and this guy doesn't have a capital G greatsword and thus doesn't look as cool. He could have a big axe. I would accept a big axe. A giant axe. I do at least believe this woman is attracted to this man. I can't say that much about the last route. Yeah, this is definitely better than the last route for sure. I told you I was trying to take a bath and... Ugh, never mind. Thank you for saving me, Rosemary. Huh? Oh, I was only teasing. I'm just doing my job after all. Whoa, I scared myself with my... can. No, you were right. It was very, very cool of you. Not cooler than me, though. We'll see about that. And so we gather our supplies and keep walking. I'm glad we're moving again, because it gives me something to think about besides Kuya without any clothes on. Oh, who am I kidding? I can't stop thinking about it. I don't even want to stop thinking about it. But I have to. It's Kuya. I don't care how hot he is. He's a big, mean, blowhard jerk. Okay, I care a little how hot he is. And if he's totally awful, why do I feel so conflicted about it? Why can't I just enjoy his hotness and move on? I guess it's because in a few small moments, he's shown me something different. When he's vulnerable, he's kind of nice to me, or at least I get a glimpse of something more underneath all that bluster. I think I'm taking a brave stance. I'm taking a brave stance. I think the bad guy shouldn't have a redemption arc. I think he should just stay bad. I think he should just suck. I think he should just be the worst. I don't think he needs to be secretly good underneath. When he's vulnerable, he's kind of nice to me, or at least I get a glimpse of something more underneath all that bluster. If he were like that more often, maybe. Ugh, there's no use in wishing for something that's never gonna happen. Okay. Zach Lurker, you are on a posting spree today that I can't endorse, but I am noticing. No matter how nice it is to think about, I've got to forget Kuya's hot body. Although it's nice to distract myself with those memories while the real Kuya is ranting at me. And anyway, you outsiders don't even have any horns. I thought they must just be really small and under your hair, but no. No horns at all. Do you have any idea how ridiculous you look? I almost feel sorry for you. How do you strike fear into the very souls of your enemies? Are you gonna be like this the whole way? Why? Are you so intimidated by my greatness? What? No! Ugh, you are so full of yourself. I can't believe I thought I saw something deeper in you for even like one tiny second. At least now I know for sure that looks aren't everything. Wait, what? You saw something in me? Wow, I really don't want to get into this. Before I can say anything, the wind picks up and starts to howl. The snow thickens into heavy sheets. I can hardly see anything in front of me. There's no time to argue. I have to deal with this first, thank goodness. Your Mightiness, can you hear me? I know we've only been walking again for a little while, but we need to stop and find shelter for the night. Ha! Are you so easily defended by a little wind and cold? It's still light out and we just took a break. But if you're tired again already, I'd be happy to carry you the rest of the way. For goodness sake, can you stop? If we keep going in this weather, we'll both get lost or catch our death of cold. Trust me, I've crossed mountains before. The smartest thing to do is... I've crossed mountains too! Do you really think you know better than me? Don't make me laugh. Honestly, I've had just about enough of this guy. It takes a lot to push me over the edge, but I want to get this over with and get out of the stinging cold. Prince Kuya, shut up! It's like you can't even open your stupid mouth without saying something mean to me. And for what? All I'm doing is trying to help you. You're acting like a bratty child and I'm sick of it. Look, you hired me to be your guide across this mountain, not as some servant you can push around, but you still won't take any of my advice or listen to a word I say. Why did you even hire a guide at all if you think you're so superior? You may not think so, but I actually know what I'm doing, okay? Probably more than you do. But if you're not going to listen to me, I should just leave you to die alone on this mountain, for real this time. Where was this backbone with Mr. You're My Horse? Good question! Maybe she was afraid she'd squish him. There's a thick veil of snow around Kuya, blurring his features. He doesn't answer me at first, but comes closer to me, moving with strong and purposeful strides. I almost forgot how large he is. He towers over me easily. Now that he's closer, I can see his face more clearly. He looks angrier than I've ever seen him. The sight of it shocks me into silence. If I weren't trembling with anger myself, I'd wonder if I'd gone too far. When he finally speaks, his voice has a hard edge to it. a vicious growl that seems to shake the earth even through the layers of snow. How dare you? How dare you? You speak to me as you would a child. I am not a child. You truly believe that I need you? You, a lowly outsider, weak and pathetic like an infant? What possible use could I have for you? If you knew what I was, you'd beg to serve me. I am the great Kuya who once tore the throat out of a wolf drake with my bare hands. I was only a baby. It was my first kill, the one that marked me for greatness, for life. I laugh to think about what your first kill must have been, if you've ever even had one. That was probably the time a mouse got into the kitchen when father was making breakfast and I hit it with a frying pan, but now doesn't seem like a great time for that story. Bro, if this were like a not a PG-13 Otome, he would have grabbed her by the hair and thrown her into the snow and left. I'm just saying. Alright, anyway. Kuya's shouting now. He's lost all sense of what's around him, his fangs and claws bared in fury. I face his rage head on without flinching. Seeing him like this with his wild mane whipped up in the wind, his muscles rippling, those sharp teeth so huge and frightening. That's good. Yes, we like that. That's good. Yeah. I've been thinking of Kuya as a big blowhard, but it occurs to me, for the first time, that these stories of his might actually be true. He really does look like a barbarian prince, one who could rip the throat out of a wolf drake or level a forest with his bare claws. So? Are you so pitiful that you have nothing to say in response? Well, that's to be expected, isn't it? A pathetic outsider with nothing to do or say. Why did you even bring me along if you hate me so much? Hate you? But I don't. In the next instant, our argument comes to an end. We both realize there's a bigger problem in front of us. Oh shit! A great and terrifying beast emerges from the swirling snow. A tremendous boar covered with dense black hair, as sharp and thick as nails, with a set of cruel tusks as long as my arm. A mount needle razorback. I remember reading about them in one of my old books. My blood turns cold at the sight of it. These beasts don't normally attack humans unprovoked, but loud sounds can trigger them into a rampage. This one must have heard Kuya and I when we were shouting at each other. Yeah, the magic is gone, he's pouting. The razorback saunters toward us, its tusks lowered in an attack position. I grab Kuya's arm and speak in a low whisper. Your Mightiness, I've read about those things, and they're very dangerous. Even if we both try to fight it, we might not make it out alive. If we back away slowly, we can escape and find shelter without provoking it to charge. Rosemary, do not insult me. I am a hunter prince. I can handle this foul beast myself. Kuya's voice shakes violently. With fear or with cold, I can't tell. All I know is we'd be idiots to fight this thing, and the longer we go without running, the less chance we have of escaping. I remember reading something about it having one very odd, surprising weakness. But it was just a footnote in a book. I can't for the life of me think of it now. Please, if you've ever listened to me, listen to me now. This isn't about how strong you are. That thing has hide, like steel, and its tusks could rip through you in less than a second. Even the strongest person in the world couldn't fight it. Let me handle this. I know I can do it. Please, trust me. It's not crazy to think that Kuya might be a match for that thing, but I can't shake the feeling that he's in over his head. I don't know what to do, but it's too late anyway. The razorback lurches forward to charge right at us. I'll have to make a decision now, or we'll both be dead. He's got it, right? If Kuya thinks he doesn't need me, then so be it. I still don't intend to fight that thing, though. I take off toward the trees, running as fast as I can. Are you just leaving me here? Aren't you supposed to protect and guide me? I hoped you'd follow me. You should be running too. But he doesn't have a chance to. The razorback is on him in an instant. My heart sinks. Did I make the right call? Kuya did tell me he could handle it, and to my shock, he seems to be doing okay. He has no weapons except for his claws, but he's slashing furiously at the razorback's face, stopping it in its tracks. Roar! His roar sounds wild, feral. The sound of it makes the hair stand up on the back of my neck. He really is a great hunter, isn't he? But it's like I said, it doesn't matter how strong you are, that razorback is bad news. One vicious swipe with its sharp tusk, and Kuya goes flying backwards, landing hard in the snow. The razorback advances on him slowly, ready to finish him off. Wah! I scream as loud as I can. The razorback can't stand loud noises. Sure enough, the beast forgets Kuya and comes charging at me instead. I have to think fast. I've put some distance between us, but the razorback can move fast, even in the heavy snow. Those tusks will be on me soon. To the left of me is a huge tree, as thick around as the razorback is large. I strike out with my sword and chop it down with one clean slice. Just as I planned, the tree comes thundering down. The huge crash startles the razorback into stopping for a moment. Kuya is on one side of the tree, the razorback and I on the other. Now I can be sure the razorback will only charge at me. Rosemary? What are you doing? You can't take that thing on by yourself. Wasn't that what you were trying to do? Don't worry, I'm not as dumb as you. The Razorback has gotten over its shock and is raring to charge again. All the shouting and crashes and loud noises have it whipped into a frenzy. I really wish I could remember that secret weakness it has, but I can't. I'll just have to improvise. I have an idea of how to escape. The chances of actually pulling it off are slim, but I don't have any other options. The beast thunders at me like a battering ram, and I jump as high as I can. The fallen tree is larger than the Razorback, and I don't think I've ever jumped that high before. But to my amazement, maybe because of the adrenaline rush, I managed to leap clear over it. I land gracefully next to Kuya, leaving the Razorback on the other side. Rosemary, that was an incredible jump. You're amazing. Aw, shucks. I'm surprised I was able to... There's a loud crunch behind us. The Razorback, in its fury, has charged clear through the fallen tree, sending a shower of splinters into the snow and wind. I wish I knew what the species name is of this monster. What's wrong with calling it the Razorback? What's the problem? I don't get it. There's nothing left to do but run. Kuya's still hurt though. Without thinking, I take him into my arms. He's heavy, but not as heavy as I expected. What are you... Sorry, I have to. Let's go. With Kuya secure in my arms, I tear through the snow. It was all for this. I can hear the crashing hoofbeats of the Razorback chasing us, but something's wrong. When I risk a glance over my shoulder, I see the Razorback didn't bust through that tree unscathed. A huge chunk of jagged, splintery wood is caught in its eye. It's angry enough to chase us through anything, but it's half blind and losing blood. It doesn't take long for the Razorback to slow down and lose focus. Eventually, we lose it completely. When we come to a small clearing, I feel safe enough to finally stop running. I set Kuya down gingerly and double over to catch my breath. Rosemary, you really were amazing. I've never seen anything like that. Even in The Great Hunt. Goodness, thanks, but we only barely made it out of there. I hardly knew what I was doing, and if it wasn't for that lucky break with the splinter, we'd probably be skewered on those tusks right now. No, it wasn't just luck, it was you. You saved me after I dropped like a rock after just one hit. To tell you the truth, I'm ashamed. Hey now, I would have gone down pretty quick too if I'd been hit. And hey, if I was, I don't know if I'd be able to stay conscious like you did. That's hardcore. You were really holding your own for a while there. Really? You really think so? He seems a lot more excited about my praise than I expected. I mean, since when does he care what a pathetic outsider thinks? Yes, I really mean it. We decide to make camp in a cave nearby since we're both pretty wiped out. For once in his life, Kuya is pretty quiet. He seems eager to help set up too. It's weird, but not unwelcome. I settle down for dinner by the fire. I have some hard bread and jerky in my pack. Kuya doesn't have anything. He must be hungry. Your Magnificence, you can have some of my food if you want. The great hunters of Moonforest say the only proper way to feast is to kill the strongest animal you can find and devour its flesh right then and there. If the blood is still hot, it joins with yours, and you can feel the very heart of the beast pound in your veins. I'm pretty sure that's not how eating works, but if those are his ways, who am I to argue? I shrug and settle down to eat. This is probably the last route we'll do because my voice is going. Okay. I can't help but notice Kuya staring at my meal, though. I can even hear his stomach grumble. Although, I suppose you outsiders consider it rude to refuse to share meals. That's why you're looking at me like that. Is that okay, Orentius? Is there like a really cool true route or something, or is it just 4 routes? I suppose you outsiders consider it rude to refuse to share meals. That's why you're looking at me like that, isn't it? Not just the 4? Okay, cool. I'm not looking at you? If you insist, I suppose I could break tradition, then just this once. He grabs a piece of hard bread from my pack and devours it. He could have just said he wanted to share. Whatever you say, your mightiness. You know, Rosemary, I've been thinking. I don't think you should have to call me by those titles anymore. I mean, it's silly, isn't it? Oh, really? Why the sudden change of heart? It's not a change of heart, it's just... In Moonforest, when 2 hunters slay a beast together, they become brothers. That's the rule. It's not proper for one brother to consider himself superior to another. And since we slayed a beast together, you are my brother now, or sister. Anyway, we're equals. I think your definition of slaying a beast must be pretty liberal, but okay, that works for me. Shall I call you Prince Kuya now? No, just Kuya. I mean, if you don't mind. Okay, Kuya. He finishes his bread in silence, hardly even looking at me. It's not like he's ignoring me, though. More like he's suddenly shy. But why would he be so timid all of a sudden? I just can't figure this guy out. Rosemary, do you remember you were telling me about how you had to fight a dire bear once? I'd like to hear the rest of that story, if you don't mind. Huh? Really? I mean, I guess I could, but why would you want to know that? You were right. It's not a very interesting story. I never even fought the dire bear. Please tell me anyway. Okay, let's see. There was this dire bear, but you know that already. Anyway, it was hanging around the edge of a small village and scaring this one guy's herd of goats. Because it hadn't actually done anything, we thought it was a shame to kill it. So instead, the goat herd's wife made me this hat that made me look like I had goat horns. It was pretty silly. I went into the woods and started making these goat noises, you know, bleating, and the dire bear followed the sound into the woods. I managed to lead it far enough away that it never bothered the goats again. But the goat herd and his wife thought it was hilarious. They laughed and laughed at me, calling me stuff like Lady Bleats a lot. But they gave me plenty of cheese to take with me when I left, so I guess they were alright. When I finished the story, I cringe a little. Definitely a you had to be there thing. But to my surprise, aha, that is absolutely without a doubt the funniest story I've ever heard. Rosemary, you're incredible, a great fighter and a marvelous storyteller. Is there anything you can't do? Ha 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 ha. Laying it on a little thick there, isn't he? I'm starting to get freaked out. What is this guy's angle? I'll have to keep my wits about me in case he tries anything. I didn't think it was that funny, but thank you, I guess? Kuya finally stops laughing after a few minutes and wipes tears out of his eyes. Then he just stares at me with his big puppy dog eyes for what feels like way too long. You know, your hair is very pretty in the firelight. Okay, time to change the subject. Thanks. So, what about you? What about me? Well, you've told me plenty of stories already about, like, killing monsters and great hunts and destroying enemy armies and stuff like, but that can't be all you do, right? I mean, what's your day-to-day life like? Tell me about Moonforest. It's pretty much a mystery to me. Oh, that, well. To my surprise, he seems reluctant to talk about it. Moonforest is small, smaller than most kingdoms, I'm told. All the families are familiar with each other, even the royal family, for better or worse. It's thick with trees and in constant twilight, even in the daytime. No one knows why. It might be some ancient magic baked deep into the land. So it's always dark outside? Forever? Ha! Sounds terrible! Ha! I thought you might say that. It's hard for outsiders to comprehend the beauty of it. I think when you see it for yourself, you'll change your mind. Don't hold your breath. I'll never go there. What? But why not? Well, I'm a lowly outsider, aren't I? From the way you've been talking, it doesn't sound like I'd be very welcome there. Oh, right. Well, I don't know. Just keep it in mind, alright? What in the world is he talking about? It sounds like you love it there. Parts of it are nice, yes? The trees are much larger in Moonforest. They're purple and reach farther into the sky than you can see, fading into mist. The shadows seem to fold around them like blankets. And there's the silver grass that comes up to your knees, soft as feathers and always full of fireflies. Those are the parts I like. Oh, are you maybe a little homesick? What? Absolutely not. I'm not a child, you know. It's not childish to miss your home. I think about the farm a lot. I mean, I'm happy to be out here doing what I'm doing, but it's natural to miss the place you grew up in, right? I guess so, but I don't always miss the people. My siblings, they're all older than me, and I'm an adult, but I'll always be a little brother to them. Well, that's hard to believe. Nothing about you is little. I think you're the scariest looking guy I've ever met. In a good way, of course. You really mean that? Totally, and you're a legendary hunter prince anyway. If you start to get down on yourself, just remember all your awesomely heroic feats and stuff. Right, my heroic feats. Rosemary, can I ask you something? Something personal? His voice is low, soft, barely audible. I know that I'm lulling chat into sleep because nobody even commented on her saying no part of you is little. His voice is low, soft, barely audible. I've never heard him talk like this before. Sure, Kuya, anything, I guess. Do you have a boyfriend? Wow. What? Where did that come from? Nothing. Never mind, forget it. I didn't say anything. The Rizzler. Huh? Kuya, wait, I didn't. You just caught me off guard is all. No, shut up. That's enough. We're not talking about this. Kuya, are you crying a little? A great hunter prince of Moonforest does not cry. How dare you even ask me that? Who do you think you are? I'm pretty sure I saw tears in his eyes, though. You're just a lowly outsider. You know nothing. Nothing at all. Calm down. I didn't mean to. Enough. Go to sleep. That's an order. We've got a long day ahead of us tomorrow, and I won't have you keeping me awake with any more nonsense. Good night. And with that, Kuya flops down dramatically and pulls his blanket up over his head. Within seconds, he's snoring way too loud for it to be real. Okay, I will say, as far as, Man, what I'm doing is having like 25 ideas per minute about if I wrote an Otome, what would I do? So in that way, this is successful. I will say that Otome games often have a little brother trope, which is like incredibly cringe and often like kind of gross. Uh, but I think that reversing it into being like he's a big strong guy who is just like compensating for being like feeling insecure about his siblings and stuff is way better than a lot of the executions of it. A lot of the executions of it are literally like, oh, he's like a little brother to me, oh, he's so cute, oh, I just want to like be his mom, like this kind of thing. Like this is way more palatable, I have to say. Within seconds, he's snoring way too loud for it to be real. To be honest, I have no idea what to think. He's obviously not going to say anything more tonight. I agree, Dawn, that this is a better articulation. Like, it's just easier to deal with. I lie down, but I'm too surprised and bewildered to fall asleep right away. I stare at Kuya as he sleeps beside me, wondering what exactly is going on in his head. If he'd just let me answer him, I'd have told him I don't have a boyfriend. I guess that means he doesn't have anyone either. In spite of myself, I can't help but think of how good he looked today. I'd be crazy to think about Kuya that way, right? Even if he wasn't so annoying, he'd still be from a totally different world. Then again, when I saw how hot he was, I wished he'd be nicer to me, too. After we fought the Razorback, he was nicer for a little while. Isn't that exactly what I'd been hoping for? I do eventually drift off to sleep. And when I wake the next morning, I feel strangely cheerful. Maybe now that we've both had time to sleep on it, he's calmed down. I roll over to ask him if he was really serious about the boyfriend thing, but his blanket lies flat on the hard earth. Kuya is gone. Maybe he got up to get breakfast or tried to do something stupid like take an ice bath again, but right away it feels wrong to me. I stand up, suddenly wide awake, and grab my sword. Outside of camp, there are signs of a struggle, and my heart grows cold. Claw marks on the trees, scuffed footprints in the snow. It looks like Kuya was dragged away. But Kuya is a huge and powerful hunter prince, right? What could possibly be strong enough to have done this to him? I know it doesn't make much sense, but my first thought is of the Razorback, but that can't be. How could a giant, half-blind boar have found us and dragged Kuya away, all without waking me up? What else could it have been, though? Is there some monster on this mountain that we don't even know about? Something powerful and crafty that neither of us could have seen coming. It doesn't matter now. No matter what horrible creature did this, my job is still the same. I've got to save Kuya. I head out, not bothering to pack up our camp. Luckily, the monster and Kuya have left a pretty clear trail, and in the fresh morning light, it isn't hard to keep track. I follow the gashes in the trees and the signs of struggle. I do my best to stay positive, despite the sinking feeling in my stomach. It's good that there's a trail at all, right? And no blood so far. I keep walking for about an hour without finding anything. I'm getting really worried until suddenly, far ahead, I see a very familiar figure shrouded in morning mist. Broad shoulders, horns, flowing hair. It's Kuya, it has to be. My heart leaps. I run as fast as I can toward the figure. I'd give anything to hear Kuya's voice again, even if he was just calling me inferior again. But as I draw closer, I realize it's not Kuya. Now I'm more confused than ever. This person is still a moon forester for sure, but who is this? What's going on? Oh, hello there. You must be Rosemary, yes? You're not Kuya? No, and thank the goddess for that. You're Kuya's babysitter, are you not? I'm Princess Karo. That's Princess Karo. I'm terribly sorry for my little brother's appalling behavior. Little brother? That's right. Kuya has 5 older siblings, doesn't he? I'm sorry, Princess Karo. I'm not a babysitter. I'm a knight, sort of. I was here to help guide Kuya to Starlight City, but he's gone missing. Can we date her instead? That would go crazy. Oh, I know all about what little Kuya's been up to. Shameful, isn't it? At least you're calling him by his actual name. He didn't make you refer to him as his awesome lordship of holy greatness or anything ridiculous like that, did he? No, of course not. Oh, that's a relief. He is the youngest, but really, my patience only extends so far. He's an adult. It's really about time he stopped these childish games. Games? What exactly do you mean? Oh, you know, play acting, posturing. I'm sure you've had quite enough of it, having spent just one day with him. And you know, it gets all the worse when he's trying to impress a pretty lady. We're in! As if any decent woman would be halfway fooled, much less seduced by that childish twaddle. It's like a peacock strutting around, sticking his tail feathers in the face of a hen. Ridiculous for civilized folk. I don't really understand what's going on, but I feel really embarrassed anyway. Yeah, haha. Who could possibly fall for that? Where is Kuya? Is he okay? Oh, he's fine. As soon as I found out he had left for Mount Needle, I went off to bring him back. He's certainly not suited to a place like this. Did you say he wanted to take you to take him to Starlight City for the council? Well, that makes sense. He's always been jealous that I get to serve as Moonforest representative and not him. But there's a reason he's never chosen for that task. He just isn't ready for the responsibility, and really, this little escapade proves that. Did he honestly believe the council would accept him as an ambassador of Moonforest simply because he was the first one to get there? What a ridiculous notion. Really, he might have died if you weren't here to protect him. I must thank you for keeping our dear little Kuya safe. Wait, so is Kuya really a great hunter, or... Great hunter? Oh, that's amazing! You poor thing. He told you nothing of the truth, did he? Let me bring you up to speed. Where to even start? It must be obvious that our dear Kuya has some real delusions of grandeur. The great hunt and its secret hunters, all that is part of a legend passed down among Moonforesters for generations. It's a story for children. An exciting story, certainly, but that's all it is. The great hunters may be based on real historical figures, but even so, such barbaric animal slaughter with no regard for the balance of nature has long been a thing of the past. We Moonforesters have moved far beyond that now. I suppose it's our own fault being so secretive with our ways that outsiders don't know how we really are. I don't at all blame you for believing Kuya's tall tales of mystical ruffians, but we're a pacifist kingdom now. Our laws focus on a coexistence with the forest that's ethical as well as spiritual, with a mind for conservation. We choose to stay isolated in order to keep the forest a closed and balanced system, with no outside influences to muck things up. We've managed to bring several native moonforest species back from the brink of extinction, you know? I just stand there letting the flood of words wash over me. I'd like to say none of it makes sense, but sadly, it makes more sense than anything Kuya's told me. Karo seems to notice that I'm staring at her blankly and flashes me an apologetic smile. Oh, I do hope I haven't been prattling on. I get so excited when I think about Moonforest's achievements. I wish outsiders knew more about us. Maybe I'll bring it up at the council this year. All in all, you should know that Kuya's behavior does not represent us. He's probably told you all kinds of stories of his violent deeds. He said he tore the throat out of a wolf drake for his first kill when he was a baby, and that he once leveled an entire forest of trees with his bare claws. First kill. Preposterous. We haven't celebrated such things in Moonforest for hundreds of years. And the bit about leveling the trees. That's from The Tale of Moonbeam, a children's fable. Not being a Moonforester, you wouldn't have heard of it, but most of us grow up with it. Kuya was always especially enthralled with childish tales of heroism. It's rather sad, actually. He's modeled himself after these fictional heroes because he wants to feel big and powerful, I suppose. He was always the runt of the family and was never given much to do around the palace. It isn't that I don't sympathize, mind you, but enough is enough. Wouldn't you agree? What if this is all gaslighting and Kuya's telling the truth? That would go crazy. I actually like this as a structure for the route. I can't believe he was wearing that ridiculous warrior getup out here on a freezing mountain. It's bad enough when he wears it to family dinners, but at least there it's only embarrassing. Here he's likely to catch cold. It feels a little more three-dimensional than just like him being a big tough guy who is a softie on the inside. Like this adds like enough more depth to it that like obviously this isn't the deepest game in the world with like hour-long routes, but like this is at least an interesting way of using the hour, I think. How do I know you're telling the truth? It really looked like someone kidnapped him. Maybe you're just telling me all this so I stop trying to find him. Where is he now anyway? My dear, Kuya did not want to leave your side, but I really didn't want to humor him any longer. He fought me tooth and claw, but I was determined to release you from his burden. Of course, he isn't strong enough to stand a chance against me, so his struggling was rather pointless. If it isn't painfully clear by now, little Kuya couldn't slay a fly. Eventually, I did have to bind his wrists because he kept clawing at the poor trees, trying to get away. Do you know how bad that is for the environment? He did manage to slip away and run off into the woods a moment ago, but you can't imagine he's gotten far. I was about to go looking for him, but then I ran into you. She doesn't seem worried at all that Kuya is lost on the mountain again. The only thing Karo seems to have in common with her brother is that they're both super condescending. Well, I'm gonna go find him. You stay here and wait. I don't need your help to bring him back safely. I don't care if you think he's ridiculous. He's my friend and I care about him, and I want to be the one to make sure he's okay. That's fine with me, my dear. I'm quite exhausted from hauling him around all morning, and I wouldn't mind letting you take over for now. But tell me, now that you know the truth about him, are you really all that surprised? It's adorable that you care about him, but did you ever truly believe he was the great hunter he said he was? I only ask to satisfy my curiosity, mind you. I know you're an outsider, but surely you weren't silly enough to be fooled. Why are we chattering, chinchillas? What's wrong? Okay, alright. I'm not saying Kuya was never immature, but you shouldn't write him off so quickly. To himbo route? No, he's like the little brother type still. I don't like it. It seems to me he only acts that way because you all made him feel like he has to. Like that's the only way you'd ever think he was worth anything. Kuya's not just a runt. He's brave and imaginative and sweet in his own strange way. If you just give him a little attention, you'd see that. Hey now, that's uncalled for. You know nothing of what it's like in our family home. For all you know, we lavish attention and love on Kuya, and he still acts like a brat. Maybe that's true, but you can't deny that Kuya acts that way because he just wants someone to believe in him for once. I don't care if Kuya is a great hunter or not. I believe in him anyway. It's only when I say this out loud that I realize I really do believe in Kuya in spite of it all. I turn away and stride into the forest without giving Karo a chance to respond. It's up to me to find Kuya and bring him back safe. It doesn't take long to find him. It's not snowing, so his footsteps are left uncovered. There, leaning against a boulder with his... Sorry, oh, my voice is really going. I think we would have been fine if I didn't do the 14-hour stream on Thursday. Apologies. There, leaning against a boulder with his wrists bound and his head bowed, is Kuya. I approached him carefully and placed a hand gently on his shoulder. I expect him to be... She's judgmental about this family. What if the kid really is just an idiot? You forget that this is an Otome, and she was immediately attached to him and is 100% on his side. I expect him to be angry, to give me some lecture about how it's improper for a lowly outsider to lay a hand on a hunter prince. Instead, he looks up at me with tears in his eyes. He doesn't bother to try to hide them now. I guess you talked to my sister, huh? She told you everything? Yep, she did. Is it all true? It is, all of it. I'm so sorry I lied to you. I wanted you to think I was somebody. I want everyone to think that even though I'm not, I'm just the runt of the family, the one no one wanted. I read those old stories about Moonforest in the olden days, and I thought there would be nothing better than being a great hunter like that. But if I went on a hunt, I'd probably get killed on the first night. He was genuinely able to tank a hit from a razorback. If he'd had proper training and support, he might actually live up to his own hype. Right? Like, he was holding his own. I hope she points that out here. Good thing it's not real then, huh? Yeah. I guess I thought that maybe coming out here would make me stronger. I might even slay a beast and win the respect of my people, just like the hunters of the old days. Or at least I'd sneak off to Starlight City for the council, even though they'd never let me attend. Maybe I could prove to them I'm ready for it. But when I met you, I realized you're brave and strong, and I'm nothing like you. But because I'm bigger than you, you couldn't tell how weak I really am. You actually thought I was a tough guy. No one's ever thought I was anything but a runt, no matter how much I tried to pretend. I got so carried away. Kuya! Can you believe it? I actually met a real hero, someone worthy of being a great hunter, and I acted like a mean-spirited, arrogant fool and ruined it. I'm no better than my stupid brothers and sisters. Can you ever forgive me? I'm glad you're telling me the truth now, and I get it. Sometimes I call myself a knight, even though I'm not yet, because it makes me feel better. It's okay to want to be something more than you are. You took it a little farther than me, but I understand what it's like to need to puff yourself up. I'm glad I know the real you, though. I like him better. He's nicer. Rosemary, you're too good. I don't deserve to be forgiven so easily. But you know, since I saw you fight the Razorback, I've sort of been head over heels for you. I was wondering why you were acting so different all of a sudden, and I hope that was the reason. Really? Goddess, how did I ever get lucky enough to meet you? Hellowitz, you aren't very smart, are you? I like that in a man. Mouse hates himbos. Yeah, that's true. I do not hate himbos. I hate the little brother archetype, even when it's being inverted. Believe it or not, I feel lucky to have met you too. You're very sweet in your own way. Haro doesn't know what a good brother she has. You know, I think you should get to call yourself a real knight. I can't imagine anyone being better at it than you. Kuya looks at me with that big, cute, puppy-like smile of his. Aw, cute! Oh, he's still tied up. I just can't help it anymore. I lean in and kiss him. This is the first time I've ever kissed anyone. I'm glad it's with him. With the snow swirling around us, he's an oasis of warmth. Kuya leans into me and I put my arms around him, drawing him close. Please, don't take me back to Karo yet. I want to stay like this for as long as possible. Let's stay here forever then. I feel the hard muscles on his chest and arms, rubbing them gently with my bare hands. It's embarrassing to admit, but I'm so glad I finally get to do this. August supports? Okay. Moonforesters must all be huge if a guy as beefy as this could be considered weak. I don't care about that, though. Kuya is perfect to me. I feel the scrape of his sharp teeth on my lips. He's being really gentle. There's something intoxicating about being so close to those huge fangs, knowing they would never hurt me. The great hunter, so strong and fierce, well, close enough. I reach up to touch his hair, and my hand brushes against one of his horns. He moans softly. I guess that must be a sensitive spot. Kuya, it feels silly to say this out loud, but do you remember when I accidentally touched your chest? Of course I do. It's hard for me to forget. Me too. Well, I was thinking, since I got to touch yours, it's only fair you get to touch mine. Whoa. I mean, if you want to. I'd love to, but I can't. Oh. Is it a Moonforester rule or something? No, it's because my wrists are tied up. Oh gosh, I'm so sorry. I almost completely forgot. Meanwhile, Rosemary in another timeline. God, I hope this dragon devours me whole. I know, right? It's okay. I like it. Goodness, should I leave them tied then? Unfortunately, our time together gets cut short by an unwelcome appearance, stomping through the trees to find us. Oh no. What is it? Is it Caro? Worse. The Razorback. It's the Razorback. That's the Razorback. Did you guys know that's the Razorback? With its bloody eye and deadly tusks has found us again. I take out my dagger and slice open Kuya's bindings. It would have been fun to leave them on, but that time has passed. I slide my greatsword out of its sheath. There aren't a lot of visible escape routes, but maybe I can hold this thing off long enough for Kuya to get to safety. I have to try. I know how much he's relying on me. Rosemary, what are we gonna do? It's okay, just stay behind me. What in the name of the goddess are you two doing? I've been waiting long enough. Oh. As if the situation weren't bad enough, Caro comes wandering cluelessly out to find us, but stops short when she sees the Razorback. We watch in horror as the Razorback, distracted by the sudden sound, charges at Caro. Caro! Kuya, claws bared and snarling, lunges toward the beast, but I stop him with a hand. Kuya, wait, I've got a plan, but you've got to get yourself to safety. Let me handle this myself, okay? Kuya hesitates a moment, then relents. He smiles and kisses me softly before hurrying away. While I make noise to draw the Razorback's attention, Kuya sneaks through the trees toward Caro. I hope this works. The Razorback snorts and stamps at the snow. It lowers its head to charge. That's it! I sheath my sword and wait. For this to work, I have to let the Razorback get real close. Here it comes. Wah! What happened? I remembered it all at once. The Razorback's strange secret weakness. Huh? What is it? Did you kill it instantly by stabbing the one weak spot or something? Not even close. The Razorback isn't a naturally aggressive animal unless you scare it or hurt it badly, like we did. Otherwise, it's pretty tame. The way you calm it down is by rubbing its ears, which are very sensitive, and velvety soft, too. Of course, the problem is figuring out how to rub its ears when it's charging and ready to rip you to shreds. It is a blushy, crushy Razorback. I guess I got lucky. I shift my grip and rub the Razorback's ear tenderly between my thumb and forefinger. It shudders all over and lets out a low hum of pleasure. If I didn't know any better, I'd say it was purring. Whoa, it's almost like him writing? Yeah, she remembered that she can rub its ears because she rubbed at his horn. It's cinema. Now that it's calm, you can go in for the kill. Perfect. Yeah, we're not going to get any trouble from this cutie anymore. Isn't that funny? It seems so scary, but all it needed was a little love. Now it's a big ol' softie. What do you think? Should we call it Tusky? Wow, you outsiders are terrible at naming things. I find that I can lead the Razorback wherever I want by tugging gently on its ears. Caro is pretty bruised up. The fall knocked her out cold. Thankfully, though, she's not hurt too badly. Together, we lift her unconscious body onto the Razorback and head off for Starlight City. Knowing Caro is going to be okay, Kuya relaxes. He puts his arms around my waist, resting his head on my shoulder. The sun is just starting to set and it's getting colder, but with Kuya leaning into me, I feel warm and safe. You know, Rosemary, there's an old Moonforest fable that goes kind of like this. The great hunter goes to save his lady love from a fierce dragon, but instead of killing it, he ends up taming the dragon, so together they can fly home on its back. Oh, throuple? What I'm trying to say is, if I thought you might make a good hunter before, I know it now. You'd be the best of them all, I think. It's a very nice thing to say, but it makes me feel sad more than go back and get the other guy. Go back and get Tirune and Polyarch. It's Kuya who desperately wanted to be like the great hunters, not me. When I came to Mount Needle, I wanted to prove something. I'd make it to Starlight City all by myself, maybe even slay some ferocious beasts along the way. I was tired of everyone thinking of me as a weakling. For some stupid reason, I thought this adventure could fix that. But when I met you, I realized something. There's no shame in being weaker than someone like you, Rosemary. I guess what I'm trying to say is, I don't mind being protected if you're the one protecting me. That's when I realized I don't want to say goodbye once this job is over. I want to stay by his side. I want to be his champion. It's been a strange and surprising journey, but against all odds, Prince Kuya has become precious to me. I lean in to kiss him. His arms tighten around my waist. Rosemary, I am royalty. I have the power to dub you a knight. From now on, will you be my knight? It would be my honor, Prince Kuya. Shortly before we arrive in Starlight City, I send the Razorback off into the woods. I'll miss that big ol' cutie pie and saying Razorback 25 times to tilt August off the sun. Karo wakes up shortly after. She's upbeat and energetic, if a bit sore. Soon we're in the city, which is just as beautiful and overwhelming as I imagined it would be. Dearest Rosemary, I must thank you. You risked life and limb to save us both. It's safe to say you've gone above and beyond what Kuya hired you to do. And once again, I can't apologize enough for my brother's behavior. Please don't cast all Moon Foresters in with this lot. It's okay. I was happy to help you both. And Kuya already apologized to me, so, it's all good. Kuya and I smile at each other and blush. Karo notices this and sighs heavily. Well, if this outstanding woman can find it in her heart to forgive you, Kuya, I suppose I can too. You've made it this far. Would you like to join me at the council this year? As long as you're seen and not heard, of course. I don't know. I'm not sure what I want anymore. I think right now I'd just like to go home. I wouldn't mind showing Rosemary around Moon Forest too. I mean, if you'd want to. Oh yeah, that'd be amazing. I'm sure it would be wonderful, but it's also quite impossible. Kuya, don't put any more foolish ideas into this poor girl's head. You know as well as I do that outsiders are not allowed to visit Moon Forest except in emergency circumstances. You being love-struck is hardly an emergency circumstance. What? But I'm a prince. That means I get to make the rules, right? I want Rosemary to come with me. You're a prince who is on thin ice, and you know it. Don't push your luck. An outsider visit is out of the question, and that's absolutely final. The sprite flipping around like that is so funny. Yeah, it was awesome. The rotation. Can't wait for Razorback to show up in the next phase of the epitaph. Hey, it's not too late to pivot. So this is goodbye then? I hadn't been thinking about our future, but I guess I should have seen this coming. Moon Forest is completely isolated and secretive after all. There's no way they would have just let me come in waltzing in for no reason. If Rosemary can't come home with me, then I'm not coming home. What? What? Karo, you know that I'm not happy at home. No one at home is happy with me either. Maybe the palace just isn't the right place for me. Rosemary travels all over the land, going on adventures and learning things. That's what I want to do too. I know I'm not a great hunter. I never will be, but maybe I could at least try something new and learn something maybe? I can't do that at home. And it'd be worth it just to be with Rosemary. Besides, you know I'll be safe with her. You've seen how amazing she is. I know I'm weak, but I'll be okay as long as I'm with her. You can trust Rosemary with my life, I promise. Right? He looks at me with that big, hopeful smile. I smile back, but I'm trying not to get my hopes up. It all sounds too good to be true. To my surprise, Karo smiles at us too. You're more mature than I thought, Kuya. Rosemary, would you swear on your honor to keep my brother safe in your travels, and perhaps let him come home to visit once in a while? My heart leaps, and for a moment I'm too excited to know what to say. Yes, of course. I'm sworn to protect Kuya on my honor as his knight. Very well then, take good care of him. Kuya, you might find it hard to believe, but I will miss you. I'll miss you too, Karo. We say our goodbyes and Karo leaves to attend the council alone. Now it's just me and Kuya, alone together, free to make our own future. It's just you and me now. What should we do first? It's funny to hear you ask for my advice for once. Sorry, how's this? Lowly outsider, tell me what we should do now, please. Haha, well, there's a lot we could do. I was thinking of traveling to the Western Islands next. Of course, before we go, I'd like to give you some sword fighting lessons. That sounds great and all, it does, but I was thinking that maybe we could just take a break first. That sounds perfect. I take his hand in mine, and together we walk through the city, ready for our next adventure. Oh, we get the cute sprite again. Yay! The sad ending? That was the good ending. Do you think he still does the tough guy roleplay in bed? No. What do you think that handcuff scene was hinting at, August? Come on. That was a nice route, all things told. Oh, I'm sorry that I definitely don't have it in me to do the last route because this game is very cute. But I do feel like I'm not gonna have a voice tomorrow, and I need to have a voice tomorrow for work. at the very least. I'm doing a presentation, so unfortunately, I have to stop here before the final route. Ursula, Kayla, Gwen. That's right. All right, well, thank you everybody for coming out today. This was well, it's the last stream to celebrate Hetslop February. So our next stream on Wednesday will be Next Fest demos, and then I will not be around this weekend. So no Yeek, no Sunday stream. I will be back next. I might do some weekday streams next week, but I'm leaving for a week. So the stream schedule is about to be really messed up. But when we start streaming in March, March is going to be, after Hetslop February, March is going to be our Cozy Games month. So whenever we did the charity streams, we said we were going to do a month of foundational games, like genre defining games. So what I'm going to be doing in March is having like every single day that I stream, we're going to play a different cozy game. I'm not going to play any cozy game the whole way through, but we're going to start early on in the life of cozy games and then watch as the genre progresses over time. We'll revisit a couple of genres, and I think it should be really cool. I did buy a capture card specifically to be able to stream Animal Crossing on the Switch, so that's good. Yeah, so it should be really fun. And we'll get bite sizes of all of the different pieces of the cozy genre, with mostly a focus on farming simulators, though we're going to do some other ones too. And luckily, Fields of Mystria is releasing their latest update tomorrow, which means we will get to see the last bit of Fields of Mystria in early access at the end of the month, before they full release later this year. I stand Fields of Mystria. I think it's an excellent direction for the genre, so that's basically just going to be an advertisement, which is fine with me. Every game is a cozy game on twitch.tv/HelloIt'sMouse. No, they aren't. But that's okay. All right. Anyway, thank you for being here. I am going to be streaming. So just to follow up with what I said before, I'm streaming Steam Next Fest demos on Wednesday, but the Steam Next Fest starts tomorrow. And I don't have a list, except that I got a buttload of emails from different people advertising their demos to me in like my streamer mailbox. So if you poke around the Steam Next Fest demos and you see something that could be fun to do on stream, I'm going to do what I did last time and just do half-hour blocks for a whole bunch of them. Probably like a 6 or 7 hour stream again, just so we can see a whole bunch. So just to kind of, you know, like we do like narrative games, cozy games, probably not a lot of stuff that's super gameplay intensive, but I do like platformers and some puzzle games. So just if you have a game that looks interesting, feel free to just send it to me on Discord, and I'll take a look at it. The Steam Horse Fest ends tomorrow. Great. Awesome. I have a list somebody compiled I can send you. Thank you, Orentius. That would be perfect. And then the last thing is, if you didn't already vote on the anniversary rewards, should we look at what's winning for the anniversary rewards before we go, so that people know what to campaign for? Yes? Okay, let's do it. All right. How flexible is your definition of cozy? It can be pretty flexible, but it has to be safe for work. All right. Here's our last act on this stream. 1 second. All right, here we go. So, for which emote/emote set should we implement? Currently winning is Yeeking Out Mouse. Mouse joining, leaving, peeking, waving type of thing. And Sora, Donald, and Goofy, but Mouse Edition in third place. I am going to take the top 3. Like, it'll either be like a 3 emote set, or it'll be the top 3 like individual ones. So if this stands, it would be Yeeking Out Mouse, a waving mouse, and then I might skip over this because I don't like, maybe like a Roxas mouse or something, like something that captures the spirit of it, right? Something like that. So currently Yeeking Out Mouse is winning by a landslide. Which PNG tuber avatar would you like to see is considerably more split. For this one, we're only doing one. Currently, Hatsune Squiku is winning, but in a narrow race, Danganronpa and Beato are tied. And then after that is Ryukishi Mouse, Monaku Mouse, Two Fit, and FF14 Glam. And finally, which VN should we group read in Mousecord? Mahoyo, Witch on the Holy Night, is winning, but just narrowly over Seabed. So campaign for Seabed if you want to see Seabed. Oh, we can see it update in real time. For the Sora Donald Goofy, if it needs to be one emote, maybe an annoyed mouse adding to a tally. That's a really good idea. I like it. So let's see. Seabed, go to the polls. Seabed, go to the polls if you want to read Seabed instead of Mahoyo. All right. That's all I got for you today. Best of luck voting. Best of luck gaming this week. So we've been raiding Link to the Pabst a lot recently. Let's raid Smoker the White, who is playing Resident Evil 3. Why is Natsu winning? Okay, allegedly Mahoyo is one of Natsu's like better works, so it couldn't be that bad, right? How bad could it be? All right, everybody tell Smoker the White hello. Tell Smoker the White happy belated birthday, because Smoker the White's birthday was 4 days ago and I forgot to wish them happy birthday, and that was bad of me. I wish them happy birthday 12:01, the day after their birthday. So thanks for being here. Thank you very much. And I'll send you over to Smoker the White, and I'll see you all soon. Bye. Oh shit, I forgot to turn the stream off. What's up, everyone?